Welcome back, everyone, to another episode with Neil Frazier, brother Neil Frazier. This is going to be another powerful show. We were just talking. For some reason, he fell off. So we're going to speak a little bit before he comes on. I don't know how difficult it will be, but as you well know, I'm like cheap filler. You know what I mean? I will talk until we get to the main presenter. And plus, we have to give folks a little bit of time to come on in anyway. And I'll give you a little piece of what we were speaking about. And I'm going to talk about this more in depth because these are things that I know. Now, this has nothing to do with the actual topic of tonight's show. And again, I'm waiting for Brother Neil Frazier to come back in. But we were speaking about the artificially inflated numbers on particular content creators' pages. And this is not just YouTube. This is across the board. And I'm going to reveal certain knowledge that I know of things that have been going on from the early 2000s. Okay. Now you have to understand that the government, the US government, works closely with many content creators, and they have a mission. They are plants. They are sleeper cells. And there are many American African content creators who are speaking truth to power. Speaking truth to power, speaking things that may even be considered radical. And why do they allow this? They allow this to win you over. You say, this brother can't be bad. Look what he's saying. What he's saying is the truth. How could this person be an agent? How can this person be compromised? But just like a Jesse Jackson, just like a Reverend Al Sharpton, they will speak truth to power and win you over, but they are not really there for you. Once they win you over and they're given their orders to say something that may not sound right because they were always on point and always appeared to be independent and speaking truth to power, you'll say, well, you know what? He hasn't been wrong. I'll roll with him. And that's how gullible we are. Because we think that social media is merely for entertainment. It can be very entertaining and it will allow you to have a modicum of entertainment there. Keeping up with sports, keeping up with old music, keeping up with discussions. And this is why they have many of us as black people. If I offend you for saying black people, you don't have to give me a lesson in the comments section about Black's Law Dictionary. Please don't waste your time. But this is how we are so gullible, that we will hear a discussion of black men, how they're against the black woman. And we'll hear a discussion about black women putting down black men. And this thing sinks in our subconscious mind. And some of the talking points may be very similar to something that we may have gone through personally, but it doesn't mean that it's everyone. You see what I mean? So this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. You have to be very careful what you allow in your mind. Now, I don't know if this has happened to you, but since coming up here with the mountain air when I hit, excuse me, when my head hits that pillow, I'm out. That breeze hits me, I'm out. But I usually try to absorb some type of tutorial video or read something from a website that will help me to polish my game, because I'm a student of the game, a perpetual student of the game. No matter what platform I'm on, I'm trying to learn things to make things visually better, production-wise better. And that's what I do. And that's a knowledge that shadow banning can't take away from me. But the other night, I was watching a YouTube video, and it was one that looped over. And I've always tried to figure out how to do that. But it looped over, and it might have been about 7 or 8 minutes long. I fell asleep and this thing was still playing, and it looped over, looped over, looped over, looped over. And this thing sunk into my subconscious mind. It's information that I wanted to have sink in my subconscious mind, but I'm thinking to myself, what would happen if this was some gangster rap I was listening to? Now, I don't care how much you played it around me, or some type of ideology where they're trying to impress upon you to harm people. But there are people out here who are gullible like that. very gullible like that. So you got to be careful what you have enter into your mind. And now that I said that to kill the time until Brother Neil Frazier came on, let me just bring him on in. And I look forward to the presentation. I look forward to the words of wisdom, the anecdotes, and the life experience that he brings, because it's not just a matter of reading off of a piece of paper. Yeah, you can put down bulleted points, brother, but the glue that holds it together, the seasoning in the meals that you create, that's what brings life to it, because we know that you're speaking truth. We know that you are real with what you do. I think you might have to tilt that up a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah,
I got kicked out for a second, and I had to actually set up a StreamYard account before they let me back in.
Okay.
But it's good.
Yeah, we have you sit down first so we can see. That looks pretty good so far. Yeah, you're good. You're good. As long as you hold that position, we're good.
Okay.
Everybody wants to see the full Neil Frazier. We don't want your head chopped off. No, but speaking about what we just spoke about how social media platforms push certain people that really will say some good things, only to later on let them know, hey, you're doing good. We let you do good. We blasted you out there artificially. Now you have to say this. And if you get enough people saying the same thing that are trusted, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to be done.
Okay.
Imagine having parents, caregivers, aunts, uncles, whoever raised you. They told you the truth about everything in your upbringing. And you went out in the world and you saw that what they said was the truth. Mm-hmm. Now, you're 15, 16 years old. You have full trust in them. You know what they say is the truth. They've been saying it for many years and they never steered you wrong. But guess what? They say something to you that's a little off. But you know what? You go ahead and you say to yourself, you know, they never led me wrong, so I'm going to roll with it.
Right.
This is what they do with these social media platforms. They will have radical people speaking truth to power. They'll have other people who are on an entertainment tip who will entertain you, and you feel like you're related to them and you feel a connection to them. But just like an Al Sharpton, who they say is a black leader, who elected him to be a black leader? I mean, he's not in the limelight as much anymore. He's getting older, but he wore wires for it. The CIA against Don King, against the mafia, right? Exactly. So they portrayed him. It's easy to bring up somebody, scrub their history from social media, and put other things out there. You understand? There's certain things. I'm not picking on Al Sharpton, but I'm using him as an example. It's not just people on that level. There are community leaders that are grassroots that people say, oh, he can't be compromised. You have a lot of sleeper cells in the black community and all communities, but more so us. But now the new playground is social media. That's why we soak in these things. We let it in our subconscious mind. And that's why they say social media influencer. Why don't they just say content creator? Influencer. And you have your favorite influencer. Now, if a young man broke a young lady's heart, and now she sees one of these videos where you have the content creator, their narrative is only that black men are no good. Well, guess what? You might latch on to this person because you have a pain in your heart. But what about the gullible young girl who sees this? And then you have the black men who speak bad about black women. It doesn't mean it's all. Just like I was telling you, you have social media content creators who are here in Ghana, in other countries on the continent. And their goal is to turn you away, scare you from moving over here. I moved over here. I did everything right. I made sure to cross my T's and dot my I's. I'm very secure here. Mm-hmm. So why are they pushing the stories? Oh, when you go over there, they're going to rip you off and they're going to sell the property to 5 different people. Well, you allowed that by not going to the Lands Commission. But you can live so much. It's not for me to tell anybody to move out the country. But the more you get in the squeeze, coming other places, whether it's here or Panama or South America, or wherever, Costa Rica, wherever.
There's no difference in America. That's where they
exactly.
This is the capital of that.
Yes. So, and you have those factions here who will rip you off. But if you know what you're doing and you have a plan and you do things right, do you think all of the people who came here, they're taking all their land? They can't do that. But America does not want you to leave because they want you to be shackled to the empty promise of the American dream. Exactly. And then people are feeling it and they realize it, right? So anyway, I'm going to shut up on that, brother. I'm going to do a show after.
No, you're absolutely right. In fact, like I say every week, well, first I want to greet you, Brother Lance, and also the people that are in the chat room and anybody under the sound of my voice. Beautiful day, you know, the spring equinox is here. So that's why I broke out my sun hat. You know.
There you go.
Yeah, man. It's, you know, I love this time of the year. But as I say every week, you seem to, well, I know that we're on the same wavelength, so, but you seem to be spot on, just like in your description of the video, in terms of the energy that we're actually facing. In fact, a lot of what you said is in the spirit of what we'll be talking about today. Because what I did, one of the things I'm starting to do more now is the boots on the ground research, right?
Yes.
Your favorite term. And it's something I used to do, you know, years ago. I got away from, but now I'm getting back into it because it actually is the truest form of research that you can do. And so what I started doing was I spent a day, not a day, but when I say a day, about 2 or 3 hours listening to the narratives of the coons that they have out here talking down about our people. I just started paying more attention because a friend of mine said, Neil, I want you to listen to something, because I do pay attention to certain things, but some things I purposely don't. But so anyway, I listened to their talking points and I was like, wow, you know, it's still hard for me to grasp how a Black person could basically give up their soul, because this is what he do. And so what I did was I listened to about 3 or 4 of these white supremacists that they get these talking points from in these narratives. And I'm pretty sure they're paying them. They have a lot of followers. There's even one guy that's out here saying, and I guess it's a lot of Black people that's following him, that there was no slavery. You have got to be, brother, right. You have got to be out of your mind. But when I have seen you and your wife at Goree Island, I've heard other people over the decades talk about Goree Island. I've heard this history. I have been to plantations on all the major ports up and down the East Coast. Savannah, Charleston, Baltimore, Richmond. Okay, you can go on and on. New York. You can go on and on and on.
And let me ask you, why is it that Benjamin Franklin owned land over here in Ghana, and it was a plantation? And I went there, and I'm gonna go back there. How did Benjamin Franklin end up on? And he's supposed to be such a great guy. And come on, man, you got the same. And they call it oh God, what is the in Virginia? What's the place where these slaves landed in Virginia? It's the same place. It's the same name they call it over here. Huh? Jamestown, Ghana, Jamestown, and Accra. It's Jamestown. And they got a boxing gym there. They got a boxing gym there where one of the premier boxers years ago was named Joshua Clottey. He fought Manny Pacquiao. Okay. And I went to that gym, right? It's right there. You go to that gym, you're right there. And you see the land there that the Chinese, you know, the Ghanaian government worked some deal with them. There were people who were Black people who were living there for so many years, and they were getting them off from over there to build stuff over there, but there's a right by the gym. If you go right by the door of the gym, maybe if you walk about 40 or 50 feet, maybe there's a basketball court there, and there's a big stone slab that you can move to the side and walk down under the ground. And then there's a long tunnel that might go half a mile, right? And that's where they walk those who were enslaved over to the ships over there. I was there. I went down in the tunnel, and it was so hot. And when it rains, it fills up with water. So with no ventilation, there were guys in there, males and females, dying. I mean, I just went down in there, and I'm going to go back over there and go down in it and show everybody again. Yeah, these things are real. So how could there be no ain't no place in Africa, Jamestown, of all names?
I didn't know that. But
yeah.
So my father was almost 100 years when he died. I have been to the plantation in Beaufort, South Carolina. Okay, where my father and Joe Frazier's father worked as slaves. I've been there like 3 or 4 times as a boy.
Wow.
I've seen the 20 acres of land that our ancestors, my grandfather, and I didn't know this when I was a boy. I found this out much later in life. Augustus Frazier was one of the first people that learned how to read and went around they could only preach out of the Bible. Mm-hmm. He would use that to reach the slaves and kind of like give them a heads up or what. So when I started really looking into it, and I've been on these plantations, brother, it is so deep that now I know why they really, really want and need to hide our real history.
Exactly.
So, and the deception that you're talking about is deeply ingrained in our culture here in the Americas. And we're going to go into this today. And one of the, I was talking about the boots on the ground. And I remember my teacher, Dr. Kojo, one of the things he used to say to me is, "Son child," he was like, "the records are in their most prestigious institutions." Mm-hmm, you don't have to go. They have, now one thing that the Europeans did, they kept records, but they were so brash and arrogant with this God complex that they never thought that one day Black people, that this life force that we have connected to the real creator, creative spirit, would one day rise to the point that it's at. They never imagined. And it took me back to something I heard Sheikh Anta Diop say one time, that when Blacks ruled the world in Western Asia, no one ever imagined that this would ever change. So in history, and this is why I say that there is a conspiracy amongst white people, because
of course
the ruling class of white people, or the aristocrats, what I like to call them, they know this knowledge. This is why I decided, well, let me tell the story about the boots on the ground before I say this. So I said, you know what? One day, a couple of weeks ago, I went to San Francisco State University, and I know that the spirit was leading me there because I ran into this lady. She was a mix between an Indian and European, right? Mm-hmm. Because they wholesale raped Black women wherever they went. I don't give a damn if they were Black or brown. Okay, they raped them. And so I sat down with her. I told her I was thankful that showed her, my work and everything. And I asked her what would be a good time to sit down with her. She said, "Oh, you can sit down right now." I was like, "Really? Okay." And, she started asking me about the work that I was doing. And she was like, so she began to tell me a story. She said, there is, which I'm going to go into, she said, there's a great and mighty history of African people and native, I forgot the word she used. It wasn't native or aborigines people of the Americas.
Right.
And so, but before I go into that story that she told me, which is going to be fascinating, that still exists here today, Dr. Kojo was telling me, as I was saying, that our people are taught narratives. So in other words, the people that look at the information that you're going to get from me today, from the Library of Congress, or the Congressional Records, I like to call them, and the Smithsonian, two of the, well, they are the largest educational research and natural history museums and in facilities on the planet. Just as the University of Salamanca at Spain, that the Moors started, and the University at Timbuktu. So they kind of rival that in terms of the volume, but the accuracy, because you cannot put, so they have to use several disciplines before they put any type of historical data in the Smithsonian.
Right.
Before they can put anything in the congressional records, the Congress of the United States has to be aware of this information and in some way sanction it. So what I decided to do, like I was telling you earlier, is we're going to use their own, because one of the things they do is they say that we're playing the victim card. Okay, so if your greatest historians and anthropologists and educators put this here, then are you going to also say that they're playing the victim card?
Mm-hmm.
So they play chess with us. So we have got to now do, but I absolutely see why they do not want to put the actual American history in the history books, because they'll have a lot of explaining to do, brother. They'll have a lot of explaining to do. As a matter of fact, this deception that you were talking about earlier would be totally exposed, because that's not what the actual records show. Okay, so as Dr. Kojo said, their most prestigious institutions, which we're going to see today, have these records. We don't have to argue with them. Anytime we use one of our scholars or professors, then they want to throw these terms, these code words, woke or victim. And I really, I don't like to call names, Lance, but this one Black young lady, she really got under my skin. Because if you put a spotlight on any group of people, and certainly we need to deal with issues concerning, like you do, what we do, okay? But at the same time, you cannot take away the other 90% of their being, their soul, and try to paint our people as these soulless evildoers are. That is just not the truth. So let's go into the text today. It's going to be a little longer than usual. I already got the clearance from Lance. I remember they used to do 14-hour shows. I remember the first time I had to go. It took me 2.5 days to listen to that 14-hour show, and I eventually got through it. But you made quite a name for yourself, brother, from those legendary shows you did. I can see you ramping up again for that, which is great.
Oh yeah, it's coming.
Oh yeah, and that's what we're talking about today. The topic is Black's Life Force, the hidden history of America's foundational wealth. and it is a real hidden history. So let me define what a life force is. A life force is the force of influence that gives something its vital adrenaline, or the vitality, or the strength, or the spirit that it needs to move that energy forward. Okay, and so when you think of it in terms of how we view things, it's the soul. And Black folks know we have soul. This is at the foundation of who we are. And that soul was usurped and used to build one of, if not the greatest empire in the history of the world, or one of them. It's certainly, I'd say, one of the top 3 in the world, in world history. Okay, so I was telling this story about, so we're going to go through 6 subjects today. First, we're going to go through America's foundational wealth. Okay, white gold, which is sugar, king cotton, tobacco plantations, and the making of an economic superpower. Also, we're going to go through your home state, Lance. A lot of people are unaware of this. Again, our people are taught through narratives. Okay, they're not taught through actual history. But New York City, Wall Street was where, and slaves were the first commodities sold on Wall Street. And It was also the establishment of the world's biggest financial institutions, which they actually used slaves as collateral to finance a lot of the work. So they were using our people not only for labor, but also for all these other endeavors that they had. And it was the Black life force that without it, there would be no United States of America. And then I heard the King Cobra say, okay, that immigrants or migrants built America. We're going to show you as a liar today. This is another talking point that they know that's not true. What's so asinine is that Black people have supported this individual for decades, even when he was in the Jim Crow era, operating before the deception came on in his true nature. And our people are so easily deceived because, again, we live by narratives. But in fact, contrary to what most people believe, it is not Southern plantations that held the most slaves. It was actually a huge slave plantation. I think it was in Brooklyn with 20,000 slaves. And this is how they built the financial market that is the world's greatest financial market in the world. Charleston, South Carolina was the second largest, but the difference was the brutality between how they treated our people, even though in some clips that came from the Smithsonian, our show, that they weren't too nice as well. Okay. So I just want to make a sidebar here. How when our people are dealing with politics, we have to start paying attention. Now, you have an individual running for president of the United States that was the governor of South Carolina. And see, we let people just say anything and get away with it, okay? And you're going to make a statement, okay, that America was not founded on racism? When Charleston, South Carolina is the biggest slave port in the Americas. I've been there. Okay. See, these type of things, we can no longer tolerate. Okay. Also, we're going to talk about one of my favorite areas, which when they begin this talk about reparations, once you see what was produced by the Black Lifeforce, that ends all the arguments right there. But then when you see the stolen corporate inventions that white people to this day and their descendants benefit from, we have the statistics. So can't nobody say, thank you, Dr. Kojo. Can't nobody say that we're playing a victim or race or woke card or CRT, all these code words you use to hide the truth, because it's coming from your greatest institutions and some of your greatest historians and anthropologists or cultural anthropologists. We're going to see how whites stole Black inventions to build the most profitable corporations, and their descendants still get billions of dollars from this today in 2024. The sad part about this is there are no descendants of these great men and women that bear the names of any of the major American corporations or anywhere in the world, because the whole world benefited from most of the inventions. We're going to talk about this sharecropping system of exploitation. We're going to revisit the geopolitical chess they play and why they brought the people that they brought here, okay, to set up this this jungle type mentality with our young people and the survival of the fittest. And then we're going to discuss the miseducation of American history books and how they're hiding the great achievement of Blacks under the most inhumane treatment in the history of the world. And finally, we're going to talk about the illusion of assimilation and the land grab. Okay, so before we actually get into the modern day or the slave plantation aspect of it, and see, we have to start again examining with a fine-tooth comb this 500-year history that now they want to blot out of history. I can turn on the TV anytime on any device and I see hundreds, if not thousands, of historical movies about European conquest. Thousands of them. Netflix everywhere, YouTube, any app you go on. Not only that, they in many of the cities here in America, they still have Civil War reenactments. As we know, they've had Civil War monuments all over the United States. Okay, that's fine, but let's tell both sides of the story, not just one side. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the professor I sat down, real smart sister. She was telling me that she had lost her tenure at a university in Southern California, and that she moved to San Francisco, and that she recently got hired with San Francisco State University. And I was like, very interesting. Cultural anthropologists, they're very interesting because they actually look at the not just the aspect of the anthropological aspect, but they look at the linguistic and the cultural aspect, which is very important, which we lose in narratives a lot. And so she asked me, she said, well, is there something in particular you want to know about? I said, yeah. I said, I've always heard about the Black Indian tribes in California. The Ohlone tribe is one of them. And Lance, if you would put their picture up, it's a group of, they have the feathers and yeah, right there. And she was so excited that a Black man would be interested in this, right? I was kind of surprised that she was excited. And all of a sudden it was like, I became one of her students. She pulled out this picture. So I'm just gonna kind of tell a little bit about what we talked about. And so the present day Muwekma Ohlone tribe is comprised of surviving American Black Indian lineage or Aboriginal to the, get this, to the San Francisco Bay region, who trace their ancestry through the missions. Now, they have three prominent missions here that the Roman Catholics started. In fact, this very popular priest who established these missions in January 12th, 1777. There are a lot of streets named here after him, Juniper Sierra. Okay, here in California, there are a lot of places named after this popular priest. But he started these missions, Dolores, Santa Clara, and San Jose, and who were also, they were members of the historic federally recognized Verona Bond of Alameda County, which is in Oakland. And individuals who identify as Ohlone still exist in the Bay Area, okay? And throughout the state of California, although they have not received tribal recognition from the Bureau of Indian Affairs or the Department of the Interior, or any land or reservation to call their own. They are not extinct and were not eradicated by colonialism. In fact, they are the only tribe here that held out the longest against European domination of their culture or acculturation. Now, that's a very important fact, because you take this one person, this anthropologist, who was clearly a white supremacist, and there are a lot of instances where this can be pointed to. But in 1925, because of the power he yielded, okay, his assessment that Native Californians or Black Indians were extinct. And this caused the federal government to strip the Ohlone tribe of their land, and then deny them federal recognition that would allow them to have all of the benefits that many of these other tribes have today. And they were huge. There were over 50 tribes. So this individual, he was the first person to earn a PhD in anthropology that was awarded by Columbia.
Okay, Brother Neil, I'm not hearing you. Brother Neil, I'm not hearing you. Okay, something happened here, brother. I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you, brother. Okay, he's
rightful.
Oh, brother, you were knocked off for a good 20 seconds. I don't know what happened. You didn't touch anything, but you were knocked out. So if you can recap the last 30 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So I was talking about why the Ohlone tribe was denied federal, other than the fact that they were a Black tribe. And, you know, when you hear these people talking about, well, I don't see color. Everything in America, our social, cultural, everything is based on skin color. Okay, so we're not going to play this game. Okay, everything is. But this individual was the power that he yielded allowed him. So the United States, when they were, debating on whether or not they were going to let them keep their land or whatever, they turned to this anthropologist who clearly had racist views in 1925. And his assessment that Native Californians or Black Californians, Black Indians, were extinct. And this caused the federal government to strip them of their land, okay, and then deny them any federal recognition like they do these other tribes now. And they were a large tribe. They had over 50 tribes. But this guy, because of his status in the academic world, he was the first person to earn a PhD in anthropology that was awarded by Columbia University in 1901. And he was also the first professor appointed to the Department of Anthropology at the University of California, Berkeley. And this one individual slammed the door on our ancestors being denied their true ancestry and heritage. Okay, now, and she was telling me that they still exist here in the Bay Area. Okay, so now, Lance, if you would change, thank you, to the Smithsonian. This research, the other one, that's the Library of Congress. No, the other one with the picture, it looks like the Library of Congress a little. It's a facility. It's a facility. I guess you're going through them, you'll get to it. It's a Smithsonian. It has the picture. Maybe you didn't download it, huh?
Yeah, maybe I didn't.
Okay.
Let me see. No. Listen, hold on. Let me
Okay.
because I think.
That's fine.
Okay, give me a second. Yeah,
Okay.
let me look here.
Okay. And while you're looking for it, I'll just speak briefly about this. Now, again, as I was saying earlier, you can't say that we're using the victim card. Okay. You can't say because, first of all, in order for this information to get into the Smithsonian or the congressional records, it has to go through a process of several disciplines in order to be approved. So you can't debunk this, in other words. Okay. So this research study was done June 21st, 2023 by Catherine Zucker, who's the author of this study. And this new research shows that slavery's central role in the U.S. economy's growth leading up to the Civil War, and the economic trajectory or growth and development of capitalism in the United States are inextricably linked to the brutal institution of slavery. A new working paper shows how central this system of violence and forced labor was to the country's economic growth in the years leading up to the Civil War, which continues to shape racial inequities for Black Americans today. Now, we're talking about a 20-year period that they studied. Imagine 460 years, okay? Now, this is just a 20-year history. Because one of the things we don't do is we don't get the scope. Our people have produced, brother, hundreds of trillions of dollars over a 500-year period, okay? This is what they want to hide. This is why they can print money and not worry about it. This is why. Okay, so as I said, using Dr. Kojo's advice, they're the information and the records are in their greatest institutions. Now, if they want to debunk their greatest scholars and professors, that's fine. But then they can't use this deception that you spoke about earlier and turn it around on us. You see what I'm saying? They can't do that now. So these two professors, the new working paper by economist Mark Stelzner of Connecticut College and historian Seven Becker, get this, Harvard University, our oldest and most prestigious university in the United States, provides the first in-depth estimates of enslaved workers' contributions to regional and national economic growth between 1839 and 1859. As I said, they're only looking at 20 years of history, of real history, and how astonishing this was to them. In fact, Stelzner and Becker, yes, thank you, brother, that's it. So nobody can debunk this, is what I'm saying. Okay, so anything that I read that comes from the Smithsonian today or the Library of Congress or one of the major institutions that their historians and cultural anthropologists have written, the studies, because you can't put a study like this in the Smithsonian without, okay, it going through several disciplines and processes, okay? So let's stop with this blaming, using coons to attack our people, and let's look at the real record, which they have, obviously. So this Harvard cultural anthropologist, and you know, I have to say this, I actually admire white men like this because they're the vicious, evil aristocrats that run our government and our major corporations. They penalize them and their families just as harsh as, I guess they call them nigger lovers. But they pay a heavy price to sacrifice for this. So, you know, because I walk in truth, I give recognition to the truth. Or like our people like to say, game recognize game, right? All right, so what he wrote was that between the years of 1839 and 1959, that both authors show that the work of enslaved Americans was an important driver of most, if not all, of the Southern economic wealth, and also for the national economy as a whole, comparable to the growth per capita output of manufacturing workers. Okay, so to sum up what they said in this report is that we, America, cannot claim the financial power and economic wealth that we have without acknowledging the Black life force and the oil and the fuel that not only Black labor, but Black bodies of men, women, and children were used to build the hidden foundation of the wealth in America. Now, let's go, let's look at, so sticking with the Smithsonian here, we're gonna, before we switch over, we're gonna talk about Wall Street, okay? We're gonna talk about Wall Street, and then we're gonna go back to, in fact, before we do that, let's talk about King Cotton, okay? And let's talk about white gold, which is sugar. Now, Lance, I'm going to ask you to do something for me.
Sure.
switch from the Smithsonian. If you could show that sugarcane population, where the slaves are out working in the sugarcane fields. Yes, that one. Yes. Okay, this is very significant. Okay. Now, this is what I call the plantation economic juggernaut. Yeah, so this information comes from a Smithsonian exhibit that reads that 4 million enslaved people produce, get this, over 60% of the largest share of antebellum U.S. economic wealth now commonly made. This is September the 20th, 2023, and it was last updated. And by the way, they update these to make sure that, you know, people are aware that we're not just talking about some lost period in history. We're talking about something that has shaped the foundational wealth of America, Europe, and other subsidiary countries around the globe. So again, the Smithsonian Institution is the world's largest museum of education and research complex with 21 museums. Okay. So this exhibit shows that the major Atlantic slave trading nations in order of trade volume, and these are the nations that benefited from what you're seeing right here, because at this time in Europe, sugar, they had a sweet tooth. Europeans loved sugar. And once they found out that it could be produced in this manner, and we're going to talk about an important Black inventor that created the machine that converted sugar, liquid sugar, which came from the canes, into the cubes of sugar that we know today, that revolutionized this industry. But the major countries that directly benefited from the slave labor in the United States is Portugal, Britain, Spain, France, the Netherlands, the United States, and Denmark. So everybody had their hand in it. But what's most important, and I want to go back to this asinine statement that was made by the King Cobra, who absolutely 100% knows this history. Do you see any migrants or immigrants in this picture from 1450? Okay, so this is a Jamaican plantation that slaves.
You want to see the photo? I'm sorry, brother. I was on mute.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. Keep it there. I want to explain something.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
This photo is a Jamaican plantation. Okay. That's why I have problems understanding why Jamaicans want to separate themselves from Black Americans, because a lot of our ancestry that they shipped from Turtle Island, they shipped to Jamaica to help harvest these sugar canes on that plantation. But this is 300 years of unpaid labor from 1450 to 1750 of what they call white gold. And this is from the Smithsonian exhibit. It says that sugar was a highly profitable commodity from 1450 to 1750, making substantial wealth for European merchants, shipbuilders, bankers, and plantation owners, while causing at the same time immense suffering for the enslaved Africans who worked on the plantation. Okay, this was upgraded on December 7, 2023. 23. Now, again, I want to ask this question since this asinine statement, because see, we're in a pivotal, because they control the history books and the lies and the narratives, they want to X our ancestors, and I talk to our ancestors. This is who teaches me. I don't listen to these people they have out here. Okay. I don't. So this is why, do you see any immigrants or migrants in this picture? And again, this is not, I don't come from a position of hate. I always say I come from a position of love for my people and what we have been through. And why this story, we're not going to let them bury this story. Okay, because you have a God complex, we're not going to do that. You are not the Christians that you have lied to the world about. These are our ancestors working in 110. How hot do it get in Jamaica? 110-degree weather. Okay, so the lifespan of slaves on sugar plantations is 7 to 9 years. So you're talking about real hard work. 7 to 9 years in the 16th century Jamaica. And 60% of enslaved people were sent, as I was saying, from here to work on these sugar plantations. And by the 19th century, 300 years later, that number swelled to 90%. The work was brutal on the human body. The average lifespan of an enslaved person, as I said, on a sugar plantation was only 7 to 9 years after arrival in the Americas, May 5th, 2022. Now, I want to talk about something that's very, very important. And the seeds of this evil and hatred towards our ancestors is alive today. The richest sugar colony in the world, in the Western Hemisphere, was known as Saint Domingue, which is modern day Haiti. Let me say that again. Haiti, okay, on the eve of the Haitian Revolution, Saint Domingue had become the most lucrative colony on earth. It was the world's top producer of sugar and coffee, and among the global leaders in indigo, cocoa, and cotton. Now wrap your head around that. And I'm going to show you there is also another a state right here in the United States that parallels to this, that was the richest, that's now the poorest. A lot of you probably already know what I'm talking about. But wrap your head around, look at Haiti today. What type of evil could produce this? When you have the richest colony that our people toiled in for 300 years of unpaid labor. Now, this is what reparations should be paid from before we even get to cotton. Okay, this is what reparations should be paid for, right here. 300 years. You can't even calculate in today's money how much money was made, and the foundational wealth that was built for 300 years. And I believe it was something like 300,000 tons of sugar produced by our people every single year. Now wrap your head around that. So we're already beyond the $100 trillion figure just off of that in the first 100 years. So I'm telling you, you can't put a figure on this. And for these people to say that we're not owed anything from this is absolutely insane. Okay, so now sugar drove economic development in British America and spurred the slave trade from Africa. Okay, this is from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is an agency of the U.S. Department of Labor. And it is the principal fact-finding agency in the broad field of labor and economics. Okay, so you can't say that Neil Frazier is using a victim card, crying racism. This is from the premier division of our government that keeps these statistics. And this is the statement they made. In 2012, the global sugar manufacturing industry was valued at, get this, over 113 billion in US dollars. Now, see, this is why, you know, they play this game talking about, well, the United States is, you know, in what, $20 trillion of debt, really? So then why can't you tell us where all this other trillion, hundreds of trillions of dollars went? Why can't you tell us where that went? We know where it went. Okay? So don't play that game with me, because I know the truth. I've read your records. In fact, I've been to the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian. So we're not going to play this little boy, little girl game anymore. In the U.S., sugarcane is produced in Florida. And this is why, okay, when you look at the people that are running this country today, and then you look at the policies that they implement, if you're telling me that these people don't know this, then we got a problem, okay? But the flip side of that is, if you're going to make such ignorant statements about the documented congressional records in the Smithsonian, then you don't need to be in leadership position. But this says more about the people that elect these officials, that run our states and our government. What is at the core of why these people vote these people in office? That's something to think about while you kumbaya. Okay. Now, in the U.S., sugarcane to this day, the foundational wealth. So, yeah, they have replaced our people now that it's like anything else, you know, they turn over, you know, the working population, or with this feudalism system that we're going to show that dates all the way back to sharecropping. But I don't want to get ahead of myself here. But sugar today in the U.S. is produced in Florida, Louisiana, Texas, and Hawaii. And the first years of sugarcane harvesting in Louisiana produced, oh yeah, that's where I got this figure from. Wrap your head around this. The first year, think how hard our people had to work. And you know, so they tell these people that come to this country, I know, because you can't fool me. I talk to people from other cultures, okay? I know the truth. They tell them that Black folks are lazy and don't want to work. When California came out recently, is the #1 state for unemployment. How can that be? When you leave the major cities here and see, I watch corporate movement. When you see the sports organizations leaving a city like Oakland, a proud city with the history that they have of our people, now you see them flipping the script. All of them, and it's so unfair to the neighborhoods of all cultures that supported these organizations that are leaving Oakland. Why? Because now that they have sucked the life force out of our people, okay, then now they don't care anything about you, your family, how you're going to eat. They don't care anything about that. Okay, they are moving to other venues just to make more fiat. Now, when you look at a dollar bill, what does it say on it? In God we trust. But when you hear our people spewing this religious rhetoric, they say we trust in the word of God. Well, those are two separate things, because I don't see that on this fiat. It doesn't say on the fiat that we trust in the word of God. It says in God we trust. And we know what God that is. So the saddest part is that our people don't think outside these narratives. Okay, and this is what keeps us in this perpetual cycle that we're in. But 300,000 tons of sugar per year, brother. So it was a profitable crop. That's an understatement for the slave plantation of the southern colonies. Now, if you would show the picture of cotton with our ancestors, because we're going to debunk this lie about immigrants building America. No, the one with the black people in the field, working in the field with the cotton. So I know you got to thumb through it. Yes, no, that's the one you just showed. You got me all excited. It's the one.
Okay, let me see. I might not have downloaded. I just downloaded those two other ones, but
okay,
I might not have that.
Well, I just wanted to show it because, you know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And,
right.
And I want to debunk this asinine statement that's going around that has been made by the King Cobra of the United States recently, that immigrants or migrants built America. I just want to show whose faces you see in.
I'll get it for you. Let me just dig, because I'm having.
Yeah, Brother Lance, don't trip on it.
Yeah, this desktop has internet connection, but my laptop doesn't. I'm like, wait a second, what's going on? I was trying to get the rest of them on. Okay. So just keep talking, and I'll get it to put up. Let's rectify this. Okay. All right, brother.
Just from the sugar alone, we're talking over $100 trillion here. If I would say about $150 trillion over a 300-year period. Okay. Just from the sugar plantation alone that you're looking at, our people are owed reparation. There should be a goddamn alien can come from the sky and see this. So you're telling our people, like yesterday, about a God that rose from the dead that loved everybody. But yet, what you're doing to our people after the most inhumane conditions that you have put them in, and remember, this is from your esteemed institutions of learning. Okay? So you can get mad at me all you want. But if it's just like when you look at the word belief. Yeah, you got to be crazy to believe it, because the actual manifestation of it is what justifies. If there was a God that you worship, what would be the justification of you withholding what our people are rightfully owed? What justification? And you're going to tell me that you're going to put the Bible up in our face and talk about somebody that rose from the dead that love us and all these scriptures you quote? No, that day is over with. That day is over with. Now, our people can keep walking around like a chicken with their head cut off, but you're going to get annihilated if you don't start standing up to the truth, okay? Now, just off of sugar alone, the argument is over. It's a mic drop. There's no reason to even go any further. but we got a lot more to cover. Okay. And today, again, I want to thank my brother LANCESCURV and his program, his platform, to be able to put the truth out to our people. We're very appreciative of that. So let's go to the other major foundation product that was the foundation of the immense wealth that built America and Europe, or Britain. So King Cotton, by 1860, so much wealth, and let me read this again in case somebody's just coming in. Okay. We'll see that this is from your greatest institutions. This is their documents that you can go and see at any time. From the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, a branch of our government, is an agency of the U.S. Department of Labor. It is the principal fact-finding agency. Read that again. It is the principal fact-finding agency in the broad field of labor and economics. Just in case somebody think this is something that Neil Frazier just wrote down because he hates white people. By 1860, so much wealth was being produced in the state of Mississippi. Now, this is where, when I was saying what happened to Haiti being the richest colony in the world and produce the greatest amount of wealth at one time, and now it's the poorest, the same thing happened to our great city here that our ancestors, even to this day. Okay, I just recently heard the story. How could you, well, I can't even believe, how could you put a gun in a man's mouth and shoot it off just because he's in a house with a white woman? Who gives these people this type of authority, and why? Well, they didn't get away with it, rightfully so. But what is the impetus behind this evil? When you really start looking into this stuff, the scale comes off of your eyes. But they have still got our people in some form of sorcery. I don't know what it is. Okay, but we don't want to look at truth. But let me go ahead. I don't want to get off track here. We got a lot of work to cover today. By 1860, so much wealth was being produced in the state of Mississippi from cotton that Mississippi became the richest state in the entire country. Now, let me read that again, because I don't know how many people wrap their head around that. By 1860, okay, so much wealth was being produced in the state of Mississippi from cotton that Mississippi became the richest state in the entire country. And in fact, by 1860, there were more millionaires per region, and we're not talking about no black millionaires, okay, per regions in Mississippi than any other place in the United States. By 1860, there were more millionaires per region in Mississippi than any other place in the United States. July 1st, 2016. Okay. In 1817, Mississippi became a state. And get this, in just 43 years, by 1860. I wish you, that picture of our black people working in those damn, I heard, what's his name, the slave, I can't think of his first name right now, Hughes, say, they asked him, when I was listening to the slave narratives, well, do you remember what time you got up to what time you finished every day? He said, from can't see in the morning till can't see at night. But you're going to tell people that our people are lazy? You have got to be out your rabid mind. But those cotton fields were hot, okay? And in Mississippi was one of the places that go 100 degrees, and the humidity. And this is what I mentioned in the last video, Brother Lance, where this animosity that Black folks have against each other, you see it on YouTube and all over the place, stems from, this is in our genetic memory bank, from this trauma gene, this B5 trauma gene, that when you're in the field and you're picking cotton, by the way, you stick your hand with some pins all over your hands all day long and see how that feels. The thorns that they had stuck in their hand from picking cotton, because it wasn't easy. And then you look up and you see one of the house Negroes who 90% of the time was a child, or now an adult, of the slave owners, because they raped our women at will. So they were the ones. Every now and then you might get a black one that they liked for whatever reason, or the mistress liked, that they allowed to be a house Negro. But you look up from that hot ass field, and you know our folks singing, "Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home." You know, they really meant that. Imagine. And that's the scene I wanted to paint, the picture I wanted to paint in our people's minds. You know, we're a mighty resilient people. We are the life force of this country. Always have been. America could never be the superpower that it is without our people. And it is so unfair that our people are subject to this today. Okay? But yeah, Mississippi produced the most millionaires and was the richest state in the United States, in the entire country. Now imagine that. How many people can imagine that? But now it is the poorest, mainly because you have an overwhelming populace of Black people there in their major cities like Jackson. That this is, there are no words to speak about this. But anyway, we're going to shift gears. We can see from our people's work on the plantations, I didn't see any immigrants from Europe. I didn't see any migrants from any Spanish-speaking countries. All I see is Black folks in these sugar fields in Jamaica. And all I see in the cotton fields in Mississippi is Black folks. You can go all the way back to 1400s in Jamaica and the 1500s or the 1600s here in America. So even long before they started the plantations here, Jamestown, our people were working, they were shipping the indigenous people here, Black people, to Jamaica and Haiti and other places. But I want that to sink in, that once they, and this is what they plan to do to us here in America, once they use this Black life force to produce this wealth, then they close the door on our people. Now, what Christian would do that? From these people that's always sending me scriptures with exclamation points, tell me, how is this loving your neighbor? I mean, if you could tell me how, I would go along with it. But you see, I think. I have a mind and a brain. Okay. But if someone could show me from one of the scriptures what they mean by that, okay, I can accept that. But when I look at the truth, that is nowhere to be found. Okay, I don't care how much money you give in tithes. I don't care how much you say you're blessed. See, and one of the other things before we move to the second, this is a very fascinating, but Brother Lance, we're going to talk about your home state, New York City. People, when they talk in the history books, for some reason, they want to hide this. Well, we know they want to hide the money from us, the amount of money that was made. But an interesting thing has happened over the last decade is that now we're getting all of these admissions from our the major institutions in the United States of the truth, which, I commend I don't believe in beating a person's head like they do our people over any mistakes that you've made in the past. You have a right to grow, become better. In fact, you should be seeking to, nature's our greatest teacher, to move from a caterpillar state, have a metamorphosis, which just means change. But you're going to have to go through things for that and become your higher consciousness or your butterfly selves. So you have that right in nature. You don't have to go by what a man says. But yeah, so let's delve into, now there's a picture of the auction block. I chose to use the caricature of it rather than the real picture, yes, because there could be some copyright. They're very sensitive about this, copyright situations involved with that. And so ever since we had that incident, then I look at stuff first before I put it on your platform. And, that just being conscious, because I know these evildoers are looking for any little thing. But this is New York. Now look at the way he's holding the little black baby. Look at our sister begging not to be traded to those evil vampires standing back there, not to be separated from her other children that's over on the side. And they have it's like no soul, soulless. That they're not even listening. They're looking at the other ones, trying to determine which one going to give the fiat. Well, at that time it wasn't fiat because they certainly backed it up through our people. Our people was the commodity, was the gold. Okay, but let's go into Wall Street, the foundational wealth of the largest financial market and institutions in the world. Now, as I mentioned earlier, New York City had the greatest number of slaves, over 20,000. So New York City is not only, so now we're going into the congressional records. So let me read, in case somebody came in late. We're playing the chess move so that the white supremacists and the coons cannot accuse us of using the victim card or crying racism, because these are their greatest scholars that have, and their greatest institutions, whose information I'm using today. Thank you, Dr. Kojo. Because they get us caught up into our emotions and that hate energy that they thrive in, but that's not who we are. All we have to do, the records are here. Okay, so like the Smithsonian, the Library of Congress, which I always refer to as the Congressional Records, is a research library, okay, in Washington, D.C. that serves as the library, serves as the library and research service of the U.S. Congress, okay, and the National Library of the United States, which was founded in 1800. It is the oldest federal cultural institution. That word cultural is very important in research, I found out. A cultural anthropologist is very, very critical, like the professor that I met with that explained to me about the Ohlone tribe that's still here in the Bay Area, and particularly in San Francisco area. Well, they've moved most of them out. They have moved north to this area called Vallejo. I used to run a shelter for Crossroads up there. And and up there sending them to Sacramento and other places because they have increased. It's almost impossible to live here without, being coordinated with other people in order to do that. Okay, but New York City is not only the financial capital of America, but also the world. And on December the 14th, 1711, a law was passed that the New York City Common Council made Wall Street the city's first official slave market for the sale and rental of enslaved African Americans. And this was updated on February 3rd, 2021. Now, that's an important statement because this is the foundation of America's wealth and Britain's wealth, like Lords of London's and big insurance companies. That's when they started arising. But the commodity or the collateral, the first collateral and commodity that was used on Wall Street to establish, we just read it, the financial capital of America and the entire world was here. And this is how it was done, by the same auctions that you saw on Southern plantations and places like Charleston, South Carolina. Okay, now there's a reason why they really, the aristocracy rather, of our country want to hide this, because when you start talking about denying people reparation, this is, and then start talking about Christianity and religion, you debunk yourself. Okay. Here they have what they call convict leasing. Now, these people could sell and trade and rent. And one of them is holding a whip in his hand already. This is something that our people have to comprehend and understand, wrap their heads around, that there's a difference between, and I say this all the time because this is absolutely true, a ice theology and a sun theology. There is a major difference. And by you living under the theology of ice, it has cut your brain in half, because it has sucked the life force out of you, your natural energy, your real creative creatrix energy, and subjugated you to this. Okay, so even before Wall Street became a financial district, it was the first slave market in New York, and U.S. banks funded the operation and expansion of slave-run plantations using enslaved people as collateral. Just like if you go to the bank for a loan, in most cases, you got to have collateral. Well, our ancestors was collateral. So this was the foundation of the wealth that was established. This cannot be denied. This cannot be debunked. It's in their greatest institutions. This cannot be denied. So we're talking straight out evil hate to deny a people after this type of inhumane treatment what they deserve, Because if you did that to one of them, you're going to pay a heavy price. Okay. So it was the first slave market in New York. The U.S. banks funded the operation and expansion of slave-run plantations in the South, using enslaved people as collateral for mortgages, in which this essentially made them human commodities. And you see, they talk about this war with the North and the South. Okay, but they, like they do today, they work hand in hand to accomplish this goal of systemic racism. Okay. And like Neely Fuller said, if you don't understand, okay, systemic racism and white supremacy, then you don't understand nothing. Because the more you look at this, I would be remiss if I presented anything to our people today on your show, Lance, and did not bring this out. Because if you're going to pay the people who have turned their backs on our people that will go on TV and YouTube and other places and say these kind of things about our people, then we're going to make sure that the truth be told about our people. Yes, there's 10% of all cultures that are bad, but the majority of our young people, you know, I'm kind of, a lot of our older people now, you know, I don't know what to say about them. But you know, everybody tries to be the best that they can be, okay? But for you to deliberately withhold this from our people, spit in our people's face, take money, use black men to take money of much needed funds from our communities. I don't know, yeah, everybody need help, okay? But what do you always say? Charity begins at home, right? So all of this stuff you have taught our people, now you're showing your real colors, which I've done all the time. We look at J.P. Morgan, if not the largest, one of the top 2 largest financial institutions in the world. The 2 banks that they had in Louisiana, okay, one of the sugar plantations, received thousands of slaves, and get that, received thousands of slaves that were used as collateral. So J.P. Morgan used thousands of our ancestors as collateral to build their financial institutions. The Charlotte-based, North Carolina, Charlotte-based Wachovia Bank, which failed in 2008 in the financial crisis that they created, that was bought by Wells Fargo. Now, you're talking about some of the most devious and evil people in the banking industry. And we know what they're about and how long they've been around. Wells Fargo, they admitted in 2005, because they used to give all these shyster type loans to our people to get them in the condition that they're in. But in 2005, they admitted that it had roots. Oh, yeah, roots. Roots mean foundation, something in the ground, something that's going to be manifested through the natural germination process that you set up. They admitted in 2005 that they had roots going all the way back to slavery. No shit. July 27, 2023 is when this study came out, even though they admitted way back in 2005. So, you know, eventually the truth will come out. Profits from slavery and related industries helped fuel some of the most prestigious schools in the Northeast. 4 of the leading top institutions in America. Harvard University, the oldest and most prestigious university in America. Columbia University here in New York, one of the most prestigious institutions in America. Princeton and Yale, where our top people in government come out of these 2 institutions. and in many southern states, including Georgetown University. Georgetown certainly is one of the largest and oldest academic institutions in the United States, and in George Washington University. Recently, Georgetown University officials in 2017 made headlines by revealing it had been involved in slavery, okay, and it relied on, get this, Jesuit plantations. That you didn't know that the people that you quote scriptures from own plantations. Interesting. It relied on Jesuit plantations to help advance and sustain its operations. And in 1838, 270 slaves, our ancestors, were sold to keep the school afloat. This is updated July 7, 2022. Now, imagine that. They sold, rented, leased out, and used as collateral our ancestors, the Black life force that fueled the oil of America, I like to call it, the energy of America, this Black life force, okay, they use our ancestors in order for Georgetown not to fail or default on its loans from these same institutions that built their wealth off of trading our or using our people as collaterals. They also admitted that entities that later became part of New York-based Citibank or Citigroup, which was the first one of the first financiers of Wall Street and slave collateral, performed financial transactions or forced business relationships or formed, I'm sorry, not forced, relationships with entities, okay, that owned enslaved people or relied on their labor in order to achieve this. Citigroup said that in summary of the research that they did on their history, it's updated July 27, 2023. Many Southerners used slaves as collateral regularly in the antebellum South in order to, for some necessary item to achieve or to get, okay, to use as money from someone. And often slaves were used as collateral to buy land. This process of using slaves as collateral dated way back to the beginning or the foundation of the slave trade. And lastly, this term peonage, also called debt slavery or convict leasing. Well, it's more debt slavery, and we're going to talk about this term more when we get into sharecropping, how they did our people 150 years after slavery, or 100 years after slavery. Might as well be 150. But it was called debt slavery. And this was a system, an asinine system, where where the employer compels a worker or, a formerly enslaved individual to pay off a debt with work or more labor. Legally, peonage was outlawed by Congress in 1867 because it was just a perpetual cycle of enslaving people. Because, again, our people couldn't read or write, so they had to rely on their good Christian brothers and sisters to tell them the truth, but which they never did. So it didn't matter how much they produced. They were always told that they didn't, make enough to pay off the debt for the seeds that they got, the tools that they got to harvest the land, and also for their rent. Okay, Brother Lance, I just want to, before we go into the next aspect of what we're going to talk about, I just want to preempt this with just a lead-in to. Now there's one more picture. There are a couple more pictures. The first one is I want to talk about is Lewis Latimer. If you could put his picture up there. No, no, leave him. Granville T. Woods. Yeah, leave Granville T. Woods. Very, very important brother here. In fact, I would say this man is one of the most important human beings in world history. I'm going to go on the record to state that. He actually had over 70 patents. Now, we're going to go into the section that's really going to end this debate about reparations once and for all for our people. We're going to talk about the corporate theft of Black inventions. And Lance, you're very familiar with this because I've done this video a couple of times. But what happens is timing is everything. And so now that they're flooding the internet with how lazy our people are and that our people did not create anything, we're going to pull the wool off of that right now. In fact, the corporate theft of Black inventions and how whites stole Black inventions to build the most profitable corporations in which their descendants get billions of dollars from to this day. Now, what's interesting about this brother, when you look at, when they talk about inventions, they always talk about, mainly they talk about, what's his name? Alexander Graham Bell and Thomas Edison. Okay, this is who they have in the history books. But Granville T. Woods had over 70 patents. This was a very brilliant brother. Our children should, in fact, there should be pictures of him right beside Frederick Douglass in every Black home. This brother here. So what happened was Thomas F. Edison was a guy that he followed in the footsteps of his ancestors. He just stole the patents from people that he knew didn't have the money to fight him back. He did the same thing with Tesla. But Thomas Edison was the one that Granville T. Woods had to take him to court because Thomas Edison was trying to get credit or take credit for this invention he made. It was called, I think, the sacrimonious connection of a wire car. I may not be saying it correctly, but the idea was for railroad cars. So the whole idea was that he invented a way for the railroad stations and the trains on the train tracks to communicate with each other and to know their arrival time, what track they were on, what, where, and this is very important. This is a system they still use today. Of course, they perfected the technology, but this was the foundational idea. So Granville Woods said, no, you're not going to steal my invention. And he took him to court and he won. And they agreed that, because Edison couldn't explain it. Of course, it wasn't his. But Granville T. Woods was able to explain it. And any fair-minded judge, and at this time, they had to start dealing with black folks because now you're dealing with black folks that can read and write. Okay, so not a whole lot of us, but there were enough to where they couldn't bamboozle us, because it's just like a foreign language. If you don't know what they're talking about, they could be talking about your mom in front of your face and you laughing with them and don't know what the hell they're saying. So, and many times our people were in this position when they dealt with white institutions and white people with power. But he won, and the courts awarded, and this is why today that you can Google and find out what time your train leaves and arrives at a station. And they even use this technology on buses, subway trains now, where this technological instrument, which was a coil at the time that was placed underneath a railroad car, can give you all of this information. So we have this brother to thank for that. But we'll keep this picture up for a little while because you don't see the pictures of our great ancestors anymore. They're not in the history books. Our children don't see them, and they don't even know. I guarantee you, and I love this brother. I love Tupac, rest in power. He was for his time. I believe he was a prophet for the young people of his time. But his face is probably more recognizable to our young people than Granville T. Woods. Okay. And again, I love Tupac, his mother, Shakur. I don't want to get her name mixed up, but I always think about the sacrifices that she and Angela Davis made as Panthers, these females. And which the Black Panthers, they were demonized by J. Edgar Hoover, just like he did Martin Luther King, because the Panthers was like, no, we're not going to allow you to treat our people this way without us standing up. And so they were an organization that was for the people. They did a lot. I found out so much about them since I've been in California. They had a breakfast program. They fed our kids. They guarded the neighborhoods. And so the point I want to make is, because I can walk into any home, Latino, Indian, Asian, wherever people are from, their lineage and heritage, and they got the picture of their ancestors on the walls. Trust and believe that. We are the only group of people that let the history of our great ancestors die. We are the only people that do that. I know that for a fact. Now, not to generalize, there are many of us that fight to keep them alive. There are a lot of people all around this country and the world that fight to keep the memories of our great ancestors alive. You do the same, brother, with your work. But before we get into this corporate theft of Black inventions and the true foundational wealth of America, I just want to, something I wrote that I want to just put out there for us to think about. One of the biggest kept secrets in the world is the foundational wealth established by our great Black ancestors and inventors. We're talking about trillions of dollars from over 150 years, of commerce generated by the corporate industries created from these inventions. In fact, today, these industries are thriving and still generating billions of dollars a year, which we'll show today. Yet there are no major corporations in the United States or anywhere in the world that bear the names of their Black founders and inventors. What's worse is that the descendants of these great Black men and women have never benefited from the tremendous global wealth that their inventions created. While we are focused on, fighting, and we should be, and fighting for reparations, which we should be, they have effectively hoodwinked Black people economically. And while they parade Black people before the world as lazy, shiftless criminals, they know the people at the highest rank of this society, this government, and their academic world, and their religious world know this. This is what makes it so much more asinine. They know that without your divine life force and genius and creativity, America would not have become the powerful nation it has become. This hidden history is so profound that it defies the imagination. And as I started to go deeper down this rabbit hole, I am at a loss for words from what I have discovered and uncovered. Billions of people around the world continue to benefit not only financially from these industries, but their quality of life has improved tremendously. When I began to look at the thousands of subsidiaries created by these industries, I saw something that defies the imagination. Every single one of these industries have benefited whites 100% in the creation of foundational wealth, while at the same time have locked Black people out of their rightful economic heritage. And moving into the future, the projected economic windfall from every single one of these industries is staggering. And while millions of whites, Asians, East Indians, Arabs, and Hispanics, because Latinos truly, when you get into their culture, is a little different in my eyes culturally. There's a reason for that. But they continue to prosper from the industries created from these inventions, and that the descendants of Black inventors and Black people in America are driven to the bottom of the feudalistic society in which we live. The question today is, how are we going to teach our children about these important inventors and the facts surrounding their inventions? This is the main reason why you are rewarded for your degenerate behavior, instead of your intellect. This is the reason why they pay these people they call rappers, to degrade our culture. Now, when you go back into our history of hip hop, you see the tremendous cultural pride in the music of our people that built this genre of music. And people like KRS-One, So when you look at this, you see in our history that this started out as a love for our people, a pride for our culture, and it was usurped by the same people that have taken over all of the major corporations that we're going to talk about today. And finally, America would be a third world country without the contributions and genius of our ancestors. They would literally be a third world country. So as of 2023, between 28.7% trillion dollars have been made from these industries worldwide. And this is, no, that figure is not wrong, right? And this is America's greatest secret. I have to get the right figure on that. I don't know why I wrote that down. But nonetheless, we get the scope of what we're talking about. So if you would put the last picture of Lewis Latimer, this brother right here should be celebrated by our people. To me, along with Benjamin Banneker, are two of the foremost minds, creative minds in the history of the world. They had a gift that take us all the way back to the Dogon, where our people were able to see into the etheric world before the artificial world and religion took over our minds. But this brother, Lewis Latimer, it's so funny how they write narratives. They called his official title in their history books is, patent draftsman. That is a contradiction. So what you're trying to say is that this person is basically writing up the patent for your idea, that they're drafting the patent. That is impossible, because anybody that knows anything about a patent, okay, or applying for one, you have to have the idea of it to apply for it. Somebody else can't take your idea and draft it. That is not how that works. Here's another form of deception. So this brother is responsible for the light bulb in the telephone, Lewis Latimer, okay? But what's his name? Alexander Graham Bell is the one they put in the history books as the one that created the telephone. Lewis Latimer invented the idea behind the telephone, the modern day phones that we use. Okay, this brother. So what happened was, and something I didn't say about Granville T. Woods is, after he won the case against Edison, Edison wanted to hire him because he knew that now, okay, now that the truth is out, I really need this guy in order for this invention to go forward. But like everything else, they found a way to steal it away from. But the thing is he declined. That this brother stood up on his own and said, no, I'm not working for you. You tried to steal my invention. Okay. So, but an interesting thing about Lewis Latimer and Alexander Graham Bell is he did work for Bell Industries. He was their leading engineer. Okay. Now, this is another lie that is told about our people. Even when they tell this story, this plagiarized story in the Bible about our people being laborers and no. And then when you have a governor of a major state in America saying that we should be glad that we earned skills that we could use to know. In fact, the reason why the unions were started is because black men had all the skills. Even to this day, there are brothers that take you, Lance, that have the architectural skill. First of all, anybody that knows anything about engineering or structural engineering or electrical engineering, you gotta know what the hell you're doing. Okay, to build, when they say the slaves built the White House and built Harvard and Yale and all of these other great institutions that our people worship, they're not just talking about the physical structure of the building. Okay, you had to have people that had the knowledge of electrical engineering, of structural engineering. You had to have people that were basically experts in this area. But again, because of this God complex, in the history books, they regulate our people to slaves only in the field, which is one part of what we did. But again, talk to any, don't take my word for it. Talk to any structural engineer, which I have, electrical engineer, which I have a niece, that's one. Talk to any person that's an architect like Lance. Talk to anybody that knows what it takes to, you have to have a mathematical mind, first of all. And you have to have the ability to visualize. Because if you get, this is why they were so efficient in building the pyramids, that you have to have knowledge of geometry, our sacred geometry. That's why the symbol of the academy is our sacred pyramid, which we took back from these people that our people have allowed to take it away. I don't care what you call them, okay? This is our sacred symbol. We took it back, and, you know, you have these people that be emailing me or sending messages. What's up with the evil, the Illuminati sound? No, you're talking about European history over a short period of time. I'm talking about the foundational symbols that our people built and established. Okay, and we have a right to them. So, you know, all this stuff that they be putting out, talking about, oh yeah, they're a part of that. Or no. Okay. So you had to have this, you had to have knowledge of trigonometry, calculus, a little bit of algebra. Okay, but you certainly had to have the knowledge of geometry. So this Black life force was not just physical labor, brother. This was something, and they knew the genius of our people. Now imagine under the conditions, the inhumane conditions that our people had to live under, along with, there have been over 4,000 people that they documented that have been lynched in America. Imagine the murder, the rape of our people, our ancestors, and still they produce what we're talking about today. No other people could do this. No other people could do this, okay? I've searched the world over for decades. There is no other story comparable to this 500-year. It's like the creator creatrix cut this out of history and set it there. It is one of the greatest achievements of the indomitable will and spirit of a people in the annals of human history. So what I'm going to do real quickly, Lance, because I know there are probably some listeners that have heard this knowledge before. I'm only going to run through about, how many I have here? I'm only going to run through real quickly about 40 of them.
Take your time, brother. Take your time.
Yeah, because, you know, I had like 150, but I'm only going to go through, because after the first 5, the point will be made after the first 5. So this section is, again, is about the corporate theft and the wealth that was generated from the great Black inventions of our great Black inventors that are still thriving today. And some of these figures are going to blow your mind. Let me just warn some of you. Lance have heard them before, and I'm sure there may be people in the chat room that have heard them before, but it blew my mind when I started really getting this information a few years ago, the depth of it. So great Black inventors whose inventions created the wealthiest global industries. And today, Black people and their descendants are blocked from benefiting from this, mainly through their refusal to pay our just due reparations. Dr. Daniel Hale Williams, surgery, a physician, the first successful open heart surgery performed. The corporate industry that was started by this invention was the heart surgery industry. Millions of lives have been saved because of this very high-risk surgery. and the subsidiaries and the companies are hospitals. The annual revenue from 2018 to 2023. Now, remember, we're talking about what is made every year. And sometimes terms slip by us without us grasping the totality of it. Just like when you go back over the 300 years of the sugar industry, okay, and the 250 years of the cane cotton. When you look at the total, we're talking about on a yearly, annual basis of this money. 730 million US dollars, 730 million US dollars, 1,172 hospitals perform surgery in the US. Next, Dr. George Washington Carver, an agricultural scientist. The corporate industry started by his invention, of course, the peanut industry. He taught about, absolutely did something for the United States military, asked him to preserve the fertile soil in the South. He also showed, this is why to this day, they call factories plants, because George Washington Carver used plants to help Henry Ford, who was one of his best friends. Actually, before he went to Tuskegee, and matter of fact, when he went to Tuskegee Institute, George Washington Carver still came and visited him. And Henry Ford still came and visited him, would take him back. He had an elevator built in one of those plants. So Dr. Carver didn't have to walk up the steps. So I found out that the corporations and subsidiaries, there were 89 corporations that I found, 8,013 people employed, big industry. The annual revenue is $2.6 billion in the U.S. between 2019 and 2023 every year. Benjamin Banneker, one of my favorites. This brother had the ability, like the Dogon, with the unaided eye, to look in the sky. In fact, he was the real surveyor of Washington, D.C. Okay, so people can say what they want. You can't establish a prime meridian with somebody being able to read the stars, like Benjamin Banneker. He was an astronomer and surveyor of Washington, D.C. He created the first almanac, the Farmer's Almanac, because remember, the majority of our people, we had land and we were farmers. This is where they learned the skill of farming from. They took this from you when they took your farms. The majority of our people grew their own food and provided for themselves. Okay? They lived off the land. And that's why some of the terminology that you hear from our older people that were around during this time is things like son or daughter of the soil, because we always look at nature as the foundation of everything. So, but the most enduring thing that he created, or I should say one of the most enduring things, is he invented the first clock that we had here in America. Okay, he invented the first clock. Okay, by using a wristwatch that he saw on a friend and dissecting it. And it was so accurate, it was accurate almost up to the second. But the clock industry, the corporate industry that was started, and the corporations and subsidiaries, I found 132 corporations and subsidiaries. 17,487 people are employed. The annual revenue in the U.S. is $12.1 billion, and globally, an astonishing $81.5 billion. Now, if we stop right there, if we just stop right there, okay, with those figures that I read you, we're already in the trillions of dollars. So you see, our people have to learn to get away from narratives and look at the truth. Okay. Here's another brother that I have a tremendous amount of respect for that affects and is still creating billions of dollars in America and throughout the world today. Frederick K. McKinley Jones. I remember, well, you know, back during that time, my people were kind of twisted, but I got in trouble for teaching about this brother, to be honest with you, from a Black assistant principal. But Frederick K. McKinley Jones, well, and the corporate industry that he started was refrigerated trucks. A lot of our people don't know this. Whenever you see a refrigerated truck driving down the highway, you have this brilliant brother to thank. Most of the food that you get would be spoiled before it got to the stores that you shop at, the grocery stores, if it wasn't for this technology that he created. So whenever you go to a supermarket, be thankful that this brother, Frederick K. McKinley Jones, invented this device that allowed these trailers to carry a huge amount of food throughout the country and keep them frozen so they wouldn't spoil. Some of our major companies is, in fact, one of the largest industries that have supported American citizens for hundreds of years is the trucking industry. We have this brother to thank. Many of them would not be in these industries if this brother hadn't created this device. We're talking about Prime Inc. We're talking about KLLM Transport and Swift Refrigerated. I know a lot of people drive for Swift Refrigerated. There are 47,000, well, it's a huge industry, 176 people employed in this industry. It could be higher. These are statistics I got from 2019. Let's see. There would be no restaurants that you could sit down in and enjoy a nice dinner with your families or friends or old classmates or whoever, if the food spoiled before it got to the restaurant. Okay. But incredibly, there are 500,000 refrigerated trucks in the US from this one brother's invention. And the annual revenue of this in the US is much as $800 million. It has to be higher than that now. And globally, $4.71 billion or $4.7 billion. So you see, when you look at the real history of America, like I said, an alien, if they came to this country and just went to the Smithsonian and the Congressional Records, the Library of Congress, brother, they would kneel down before Black folks. And this is why throughout antiquity, all of these Black figures that they have hidden around the world, in all of the cultures of antiquity, you can go any place in the world, you see Black deities. And the reason for that is because prior to 500 years ago and the establishment of this Western plantations, there was no such thing as what we know as racism today. Okay, this is a fairly new phenomenon in the world. Because Black people are, when you look at the pictures of Black people around the world, I think Vladimir Putin just recently brought some stuff out of the vaults that they had in Russia. But this is consistent with pictures that are all around the world. And that when the real truth is told, and because they know who we are, brother, our people just don't know who we are. Because, you know, in fairness to our people, they have hid this knowledge from our people. But moving on, here's another brilliant sister, a nuclear physicist, Dr. Shirley Jackson. She was the first Black woman to earn a doctorate at MIT, one of the, if not the premier technological institution in the United States. In fact, two of the brothers that I worked for in the solar company, very, very smart guys, that they started the solar company. I eventually became partners with them. They are graduates of MIT, and they invented, two white guys, they invented something, and they know who Shirley Jackson is. And again, a lot of our people don't know, okay, this is, now what she invented is at the foundation of the solar industry. The corporate industry that she started is the touch-tone telephone. So touch-tone communications, businesses such as Telecom Inc. and portable fax machines, she created the solar cells, okay, and the fiber optic, the solar cells that were used to invent the solar panels, okay, and caller ID and fiber optic cables were all created as a result of this technology. Imagine not having caller ID that you use today. This brilliant sister, Dr. Shirley Jackson, okay, created the technology for this. Call waiting. Imagine if you couldn't put nobody on hold and you would lose, the call would drop. This sister right here, okay. This industry employs, well, it's a huge industry, 401,200 people in the United States in 2021. The annual revenue to touch-tone phone industry is 5.9 billion. Now, this is something that's going to blow your mind here. The solar industry in the United States is a $234.9 billion industry. Let me say that again. The solar industry in the United States is $234.9 billion industry, and it's still thriving today. Okay. The global solar industry is $167.8 billion. Now, these are figures from 2021. And remember, we're talking about, these are annual, yearly figures. And I always stress this because when you listen to these people debating, well, I heard some idiot say the other day, well, reparations is nothing but handouts. These are people, because the one thing we have to realize too, brother, and I've told you this before, we give white people too much credit. There is a huge, this is why a large percentage of political bloc of certain people are uneducated people. And when I say uneducated, you don't have to have a college degree to be educated, or even a high school diploma. What I'm saying is you're ignorant to the knowledge of the truth. That's what I'm talking about. So it's in their best interest to keep them dumbed down as well as they do black folks and the people that they bring to this country. It's in their best interest to do that. Because when you start, see, I always like to separate the cultural aspect from the financial aspect, because they both are important. When you put them together, they are very important. But there is a separate reality with, that's why I like cultural anthropologists, because they look at the social psychological aspect, well, not just the scientific digging in the ground aspect, and artifacts. So again, you know, this industry is a very huge industry. There are no black solar corporations, by the way. I don't know when that'll change. There's a lot involved with that. It actually takes a couple of years to really learn, because like I was telling you earlier, Lance, there are crooks and scammers everywhere. And if you don't know what you're doing in the solar industry, you can literally make millions of dollars for a corporation and not even know it. And there'll be people in between you and the home office that can literally scam thousands of dollars from you without your knowledge. So once you become aware of that knowledge, they become more threatened by you. And so they seek to keep you on a lower till, like they did many of our ancestors. So Lewis Latimer, the brother we showed earlier, the corporate industry he started was a light bulb and the telephone. He was the one that wrote the patent, and it was his idea. It was not Alexander Graham Bell's idea. The history books are wrong. Okay, they are deliberately wrong. Okay, he also invented a device that was the idea for the air conditioner. And you can't live in this heat without air conditioners. Certainly on the East Coast, you can't. You'll burn up to death. Okay, so he invented he invented the light bulb. There are 149 corporations. Air conditioning, there are 221 corporations. 1.7 million people employed globally just from the idea of this one brother. See, these are things that we don't look at. When they devalue black people and they get these coons on here talking about how bad our people are and all that. Yeah, okay, we know about that. But let's look at the record. Why you never talk about that? All you're doing is regurgitating the great grandsons and granddaughters of the people who perpetuated this system on our people. That's all you're doing. You're regurgitating narratives from these people that we know hate our people because they know who has the real life force, where the real soul is. Okay? But the annual revenue for light bulb in the U.S., this is from 2019 to 2022, is 30 billion US dollars, and globally, 120 billion dollars. But this is going to blow your mind right here. Now, before I give this statistic, I want you to think about something. As we're talking about the air conditioning industry, okay, the HVAC, there are millions of people employed in this industry from this one brother. This is what that's why when I listen to these coons talking about our people, you got to be crazy or some psychotropic medication or something, or you have not. That's why I know people who know the truth, the real history about the world and about America. And people like you, Lance. That's why, it's easy to know the ones who have been hoodwinked, which is over 80% of our people, unfortunately. And then they get angry at us for telling them the real truth. But yeah, 107.7 million employed globally. In the US, the air conditioning industry creates annually $78 billion. Now that's every year. And these people got commissions trying to study why they should pay reparations to our people. They're playing games, man. Because see, there's no way. You can't tell me that these folks don't know this, bro. Because that's how they eat. They eat off of our life force. They always have. And when we get a little deeper, we're going to show how and why. You see that now. But here's an astonishing figure. Globally, the air conditioning industry is $310 billion. Now, that's 1 year. and I explained this when I did this video before, is that $310, that's a third of $1 trillion. Okay. So in 3 years, you're close to $1 trillion. So you do the math, okay? From this one brother's invention, okay, Lewis Latimer, you're talking about, I can't even put a number on it, really. When you go back over 150 years, there is no number you figure. And we're talking about one invention, okay? The air conditioning industry. These are, and see, when my ancestors are talking to me, they make me see this. Like, no, look back. You're not paying attention. You're not paying attention. We're talking about what has been taken from you, your life force, and used to create the most tremendous wealth, other than Mansa Musa, of course, in the history of the world. So when we start, and this is why they don't want us to talk about slavery. This is why they don't want us to talk about shadows of the, oh, here they go again, talking about shadow, slavery. And what does, and I heard this one guy say the other day, what does what my ancestors did to your ancestors have to do with what's going on today? I have to put on my sun hat on that one. Yeah, so when they worked from can't see morning, like Mr. Hughes said in the slave narratives, till can't see night, we all know what that means. Okay. In 100-degree weather, to produce this, shipped to Jamaica and Haiti in the Caribbean from here to work in these conditions, and then working on plantations in Florida, Louisiana, Hawaii, you name it, okay? South Carolina, Georgia, New Orleans, you name it. When you started, when my ancestors started saying to me, no, you're not looking. You're not looking. That's when I began to start looking at the truth, brother. And when you look at the truth, it is unconscionable that these people who have our people foaming at the mouth and giving away all this money every Sunday and have this picture of Caesar Borgia that our people are worshiping, that they told that rose out of the ground and now have forgiven their sins. Brother, your sins can never be forgiven. I don't like to say that, but you haven't even repented. You don't even want to pay our... There's no way you could worship the same creator and creature. Let me just say that and get it over with. There's just no way. That is impossible. I learned that from Dr. Kojo with the ice and the sun theology, okay, or theory, whatever you want to call it. That is impossible. There's just no way. So, you know, you can get mad at me all you want about this religious stuff. I'm done with that. But yeah, brother, $310 billion. That is an unconscious amount of money from one brother. That's why Lewis Latimer, our children should know the picture, when they have a picture of Tupac and these other people you have on the wall, you need to put a picture of Lewis Latimer up on. Every time you turn on a light bulb, you say, yeah, black man, Lewis Latimer. See that picture right there? See, this is how you teach children. This is what we have to do. Okay, this is why when you open the children's workbook, you have to be the one to tell them that it was a black man who, through deciphering what was in nature, that came up with this idea to create the light bulb from the sun. when you read what Lewis Latimer talked about, how as a little boy used to go out in the backyard and stare in the sky and at the sun, while black folks working in the fields, and he had to do other things. So when we examine our real history, this is why they don't want us doing. This is why they hate people like Brother Lance. They don't want our real history to come to light. Because then you got a lot of, like the old folks used to say, you got a lot of splaining to do, man. You got a lot of splaining to do. Okay, because now we're talking about 5 of our people that has produced enough wealth to pay every man and woman and child in the United States reparation. We're talking about 5 of our people. We ain't even talking about what they produce and labor on the plantation. We're talking about the inventions, that the global corporate inventions that you are still eating off today in your descendants. See, they don't have the right people talking to these crazy people, okay, about this stuff. Because you can't rationalize with these people. You have to take them to their records, okay? You have to show them what their ancestors wrote and have, that they sanctioned, and then you have to show them the statistics and the pictures. This is what you do. That's the only way. You can't sit and argue with a fool. I learned that from Dr. John Henry Clark when he said, I only debate people that are my equal. When they tried to put this professor, these fake people, up to try to debate Dr. John Henry Clark. Can you imagine that? One of the greatest historians that ever lived. And Dr. John Henry Clark looked at it and said, I'm not debating that woman. Why would I debate somebody like that when I know it's based on lies and narratives, when I know the real truth? Okay. So yeah, so when my people the ancestors started talking to me, they was like, no. You are not paying attention. You are not focused on the right thing. And that was the turning point for me. That's when I began to really go back and look at this 500-year picture of the life force of our people and the lies that have been told. We have another, am I going too slow, Brother Lance?
We good. You want the other photo?
Huh?
You want the other photo?
Yeah, what is the other photo?
This is a really good one. Self-explanatory too. Here it is.
Oh! Oh my God.
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah, let's leave that there. And then after I go through this, I'm going to, but I want that, a picture's worth 1,000 words. I want to,
Exactly.
You don't mind leaving that there, right?
Right, good, be good.
Okay, so, but I'm not going to talk about that just yet.
Okay.
I want to run through this. A matter of fact, I'm so excited now about that.
I'll take it down until you're ready. Huh? So it doesn't distract.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, but that's the one. That's the knockout punch. That's that rope-a-dope, right? Yeah. So when you talk about getting in the ring, and we know this from our great ancestors, you're talking about there is no hiding. If you're not prepared for the fight, you're gonna get knocked out. And sometimes it's fighting styles. Like, I love George Foreman. I admire that brother. He loved Joe. But the boxing styles and Foreman's power, Joe had never dealt with before. And all of these great men, Muhammad Ali, a great man who I have tremendous respect for, your favorite fighter, Mike Tyson. I remember things about the boxing industry. I'm not going to go into that, leaves a sour taste in my mouth because of how they treated our brothers like Muhammad Ali and Joe that stood up, and George Foreman against them, trying to hold them down. Remember the story of Ken Norton. So you see how people have always had to be the best at what they did in order to be recognized. This is another reason why, and I was making, before I go into the next person, I was making the comparison about how this animosity that we have, this vicious animosity that we have between black men and black women and black men and black men, where we are passed down to our children, where it comes from, this house nigga, field nigga existence, where you're picking cotton and getting the thorns stuck in your hands all day under 100-degree weather, and you see this person, usually a lighter skinned person than you, okay, walking on the porch with a white towel, a glove, a plate, a crystal plate with tea in it, iced tea. And you looking like, look at that nigga, thinking he's, you know, and all of these thoughts where you want to kill him or her. Now, before I go on, I want to say something about this time in history as well. If you paint our people as these lazy, shiftless, criminal people, then who sucked your children? Would you let a savage person put your child on their breast? Because certainly white women have the same, not the same breast milk. I don't mean that. They don't have the gorilla shit. But they have breasts, they have milk in their breasts just through nature. But no, you wanted the babies, okay? Because you wanted them to have that breast milk, okay? And on top of that, we raised your children. When I started looking into the history I was looking at how many foster children are in the foster care system here in California. It's unconscious. But I started discovering that, I don't know what it is, but it's something about the white people here in California that they caught hell from this system too. And, well, of course, the Latinos, the Asians, all the groups in California caught pure hell from this system. But without getting off track, it just kind of reminded me of, how can you call people savages that you're leaving your children to be raised by? That contradicts itself. So see, sometimes all we have to do is think about this stuff. And I mean, it's common sense. Okay, so let me go back to what we're talking about. Now, we've only talked about 6 of the inventors of our ancestors, their industries, the type of money that they produce. That's enough to cover enough for all the men and women and children in America, the black descendants of our ancestors. Just the first 6 alone. We're talking at least $75 trillion. Just when you go count 300 years up until this point, or 250 years up until this point. It's incredible, man. And then you have these people that have the nerve to talk about, if somebody provided this for you and you're a Christian, are you not duty bound to give some fruits to them? See, our people have been sold a whole bunch of goods. When these scriptures, I had somebody send me a scripture talking about you will know them by their fruits. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I can look at nature and see that. If I look out here and I see an orange tree and I say, oh no, that's an apple tree, there's something wrong with me. But this is what they have taught our people to do, to look at truth and then deny it, when truth is all around and in nature. Let's look at Marie Van Bryten Brown. This sister, the corporate industry she started was a home security alarm system. Now, a lot of people don't know this. Okay, I didn't provide a picture of her. I wish I would have, and forgive me. No slight to the sisters. I just didn't want to overload you because, Lance, I know you got a lot going on.
Oh no, brother, I'm here. I'm free. I got all the time to throw bombs, righteous bombs toward America by serving the show.
No
problem. I'm ready for this. I look forward to this. This is what I do. So I'm here to support you in all ways, brother. Always.
And you do
with a smile on my face.
You do a very effective job at doing that. Because I want to take a pause for a second. If you remember when we first got to know each other, I think it was like 3.5 years ago.
Yes.
Before, somewhere in that percent. And I told you how much trouble I was having getting my manuscript on Creator versus God out. You remember that? When I did the first video? And
2020.
Huh?
2020.
Okay. And so this sister I met, she had like a prominent radio station in Oakland I used to listen to.
Yes.
Because when I first came to California, I lived in Oakland for the first 10 years when I was running the shelters. And I still know a lot of people there. A lot of people think because I live in San Francisco, no, I've only lived here the last 8 years. So when I was in Oakland, I got to know this station I used to listen to all the time because it reminded me of the East Coast, because you don't have too much of that here. Okay,
that's right.
Just be what it is, unless you in LA and Oakland. So I listened to this, and so one night I got on the call and talking to her, and she was like, "Well, brother, I like your vibe. Maybe you could come in and do a show with us." So I was like, "That's great. Yeah, I'd be." Oh, she was from, I think, Lane College. She was doing a show, and so I said, "That'd be great." She gave me when I got off the line, her people gave me the information, and I contacted her that same week. She was like, "Oh yeah, Neil Frazier, absolutely." So I forwarded the information to them, and I don't think that the people that whoever she was working with knew that I was a black man. I'm not sure,
right.
But they gave me a date to come in, and I went in, and obviously by that time they had read the manuscript. And so the whole vibe and the energy in the room had changed, right? And so the sister got me, when I walked in, she said, "Come into my office for a minute, Mr. Frazier." So I sat down, I was like, "Yeah, I'm all excited to present to your people there." And she stopped me. She said, "Mr. Frazier, I can't put this out on my station." She said, "My station would be shut down today if I did that."
Oh,
and I'm sitting there all shocked, right? I told you this story because I was all excited. Oh my, finally, after all these years, it's gonna get out.
Right.
And she said, "There is no way I could play this on my platform. It would get shut down today." And I was a little confused. She said, "But I'm going to let you talk to one of the guys that really was impressed with your work." She said, so it was a young black brother. I told you about this. He came up to me. He was all fascinated. He was like, "Mr. Frazier, here's my card. Can you please stay in touch with me? I've never read anything like this in my life." Right. I was like, "Okay." He said, "But unfortunately, there's the people that, I guess finance the radio station and the people that back them. She's right. They will not allow." And then I saw the 2 Asian ladies standing in the back and a couple of white folks. And I'm thinking, okay, I see now. And he said, "Brother," he was like, "please," he said, "please find other ways that you can get this information out." And so that night I was a little depressed. I ain't gonna lie. I came home.
Right. That's what a letdown.
But you know, I got a solar deal that day, so I knew, you know, okay, I made a little money. Okay, ain't too bad.
Right.
So, you know, during that time, I was putting a lot of hours out in the field, you know, doing the business. So I came in and I sat down and I got on my iPad and, you know, just flipping through stuff. And up pops LANCESCURV. And at the time, it was this young sister on there that was saying some of the same stuff that I had written about. And I was like, oh my God, this is some kind of sign. And then I started listening to you talking. And I ran out of the room screaming to the top of my lungs. I was like, oh my God, this is the platform. I saw it. This is the brother that's going to be the catalyst for the creator creatrix work that was given to me.
There you go.
And I remember reaching out to you. I didn't realize how busy you were. And then after about 3 times, I said, well, you know what? I'll wait and see. Because I told you, I was like, because I said to myself, most of the time, brothers that have this kind of clout, they don't care nothing about you. They just, you know, pretty much, they'll just tell you something just to get rid of you. Because let's face it,
exactly.
a lot of our brothers, this is how we relate to each other. It's just the way it is. Okay. But to finish up on this before I go forward. So I finally talked to you. And you were like, well, we're going to do the show right now.
There you go.
That was ever since then, brother, I've been in the butterfly state. I came through that metamorphosis. And I've been on cloud. They talk about cloud 9. I've been on cloud 12. Because it's a wonderful thing. And I'm learning this about even in the distribution industry with books, that it's one thing to create something, but that is not the end of it. You've got to be able to distribute that information. And see, this is where they block us a lot. Because if you don't have the avenues to distribute this information, and this is where you really see the divisiveness in our people. This is where you see this childish like jealousy and enviousness and this house nigga, field nigga type of, this is when you see the personality of this come out. Because then black folks start shutting the door on you. Okay, no matter how much you stand up for them, they start shutting the door on you. And then you're forced to go to these evil people. Now, I got to be honest about something. And a lot of our people don't like this, but Lance, you know this. The majority of love that I've gotten here in California has been from Latino people. They were 60% of my customers. And when I was in the solar business, they kept me in business. They were the ones that provided housing for me. Black folks out here, they don't want you living with them. Now, I'm not saying, I've met some very, very great and good black people here in California, but I'm talking about the mindset. Okay, so at the end of the day, we've got to find a way to look. We have a common enemy, lack of a better word, because we're at war. And they are going to use brown people against us. That is a fact. But now there are brown people that know what's going on. I talk to them all the time. Okay, so we can't paint a whole brush, just like we can't do with black people. You cannot paint a whole brush. And when I sat down with that professor, that Indian professor at San Francisco State, that woman was so excited to see me. Not because I'm some good, great looking guy or whatever. She was excited that a black man was interested in our own history like this. And the pushback that she gets from keeping this type of information alive. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of these things where I'm at a point where Black is a consciousness in a way. Okay. White is a consciousness in a way. Because there are Black people that, I'm telling you right now, they'll cut your head off. They'll cut your head off. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just from this petty jealousy. So I just wanted to mention that because my mind went back to that in the early days of fighting this beast and realizing that they have contracted some of our people and have given them this fiat in order to discredit us, like they try to do your platform. But Marie Van Brighton Brown, moving forward, and I apologize to the sisters. I don't know why I wasn't thinking. I definitely wanted to put Louis Latimer and Grandma T. Woods up there, but I should have had certainly Dr. Shirley Jackson. I should have, or Marie Van Brighton Brown. I should have had a picture of them, maybe at another time. But the corporate industry she started was the home security business and the alarm system. She created peace of mind and safety for billions of people around the globe. Companies in the U.S. I found in 2023 was 57,238 companies. Huge industry. This industry is huge. So every time you set your alarm and you're going out the house, you have this sister. She should be on the wall for our young sisters.
Exactly.
Okay, that's why they want to be, while you teaching them to be little boys and going into the same bathroom. No, you need to be teaching them and see, this is what's different today. And this is one of the reasons why they have our people so focused on fiat. You can become a millionaire in a day. Who? Where? How? You can become a millionaire if you do this or that. So this takes you away from your purpose in life. When they keep your mind focused on this fiat, okay, because it has no intrinsic value. They print it like this paper I'm reading off of. But certainly this sister, now they're eating off this industry today. There were 57,238 companies that I could find that employs a whopping 191,000 in the US in 2023. And get this, the annual revenue of the home security business in the US is 34.6 billion and globally 52.8 billion. So see, when these evildoers stand up and tell our people, tell these people that's coming into the country, Black people are lazy. All they want is welfare. And matter of fact, the largest group of people on welfare are white women with children. All you gotta do is look at the statistics. They'll tell people anything. Okay. So this sister right here, man, every time you walk out of your door and set that alarm, even when you look at a system where you can look at a phone and the ring system and see what's going on, and you have to tell our young sisters, not them. Again, I ain't got nothing against Beyonce. I think she's a brilliant young lady, but everybody can't be Beyonce. Okay, we need our young sisters to, instead of be focusing on twerking and shaking their ass and all this, we need them to start studying and their natural genius, okay, that can only be produced from nature to come out. Okay, we need this from them. We're not always going to be here. Okay, we need this from them. We need this from our young sisters. We need them to, these negative images and false knowledge and self-hatred that they have painted about our people. We need them to know that they have a electromagnetic wave that was given to them, that's in them, in their life force from the creator creatrix, that they can become anything. So what they do is, in their heart, they put an arrow through our young women's hearts and our young boys. Okay. They trick them and keep them in a caterpillar state. This is what we need to teach our children. Okay. This is what we need. And we need to stop. Okay. Every time these white people have these coons on here saying something, taking this as gospel truth. It's not. It's full of lies. Okay. And like Dr. Amos Wilson used to always say, you know, he told a story about the young lady that turned in an essay form, and the professor looked at it and said, well, you don't have enough references on here. And Dr. Amos Wilson was like, well, you don't have enough liars. So you got to go back and find more liars. And then I'll accept your essay or whatever it is, thesis or whatever it is. So whenever they talk about our people, you know, turn it back on them. Otis Boykin, brilliant brother. I was talking about electrical engineer earlier. In fact, he was an electronic wizard. Okay. The corporate industry that he started was the pacemaker. He was one of the first people to invent the technology behind the IBM computer, the TV chips that they put in the TVs that you enjoy today. Okay. Also the radio chips, the semiconductor. I found that there were 30 global pacemaker implantable manufacturers around the world. Well, you have over 3 million people that have these pacemakers that he has saved their lives. No, it's 300 million people in the US that live with pacemakers. I'm sorry. I don't know how many. I couldn't find the figure around the world. So we're not just talking about this is why I said America would be a third world nation if it wasn't for our great ancestors. They were not just working in the fields. They were some of the most brilliant people that ever walked the earth. And in true form of the creator creatrix, the seeds of their manifestation is why I said people stole your birthright. That story you love in the Bible about somebody stealing somebody's birthright, that's you. Okay, they stole, that's you. Okay. So every time they tell you these narratives, they laughing behind your back because they know where they got this from. Okay. The annual revenue of the pacemaker is $5.7 billion in 2023. The semiconductor global sales. Oh, interesting. Oh my God. $500 billion. The global, no, hold on. Okay. The annual revenue, the semiconductor, not the pacemaker. The global sales is, get this, Brother Lance, $574 billion. This was in 2022. Now, this one industry right here, if you take 2 years, that's $1 trillion. So this is $574 billion. Okay, I hope people are starting to get the picture now. And this is why the ancestors was getting on me so hard. I'd be in here looking for stuff, and they'd be like, no, I could hear them clearly. That's how they talk to me. I don't know how they talk to anybody else. When I click on one of their names or I see their picture, they'd be like, no. That's their favorite word. You're looking in the wrong place. You're not focused on the right thing. And I go back and I look, and then I research and I get the right data. The data is there. They just have our people and our children looking in other places. These are some evil people, man. But yet they got you doing this in churches every day. See, and I'm not trying, look, you can believe in whatever you want to. You have a right. Okay? I'm not trying to degrade anybody's belief or religion. I'm just telling you the truth about what it is. So what nature teaches us is you look at the manifestation of something. So if you plant a seed in the ground, I don't care what it is. If it's a potato, then it should be a potato coming out of the ground, right or wrong? Somebody help me with this. Am I crazy? If I plant peanuts in the ground, peanuts should grow from that ground, should manifest. But yet, you have these people who have manifested all of this evil, but yet they tell you, they'll quote a script to you and say, love your neighbor as yourself. Is that what you see from the manifestation of what you're getting? Somebody please help me understand and comprehend this, because nature is our greatest teacher. There is nobody greater. I'm not talking about these people with a God complex that got you quoting scriptures and praying. I'm talking about the real creative spirit of the universe. There is a difference. That put the goddamn sun in the sky. That is who I'm talking about. I'm not talking about these people with no God complex that's got you hooping and hollering like crazy. But this is $500 billion. But yet none of our children know who Otis Boykin is. I bet you can tell you who Lil Wayne is. And I got a lot of respect for Lil Wayne. Any of our brothers that have to make it through that acidic river, they call the music industry, I have to give them some type of respect. Okay, and in fairness, a lot of them came out of situations of depravity. Oh yeah, I do. Look at major projects all over the country. So I believe Lil Wayne came out of New Orleans. I got a lot of respect. There's a brother from New Orleans. I told you, I got a lot of respect for him in business. So again, you know, when we look at, this is our fault now. We can't keep sitting around here. Now, this is one area where I agree when they say the victim mentality or card. Maybe 50 years ago, you would be justified with that. Not now, because if you had the picture of Marie Van Brighton Brown on your wall and the picture of Otis Boykin on your wall, a brother that created an invention that's worth $500 billion every year, 574, I guarantee you our children will be different. This is our fault. And like Malcolm said, only a fool would allow their enemy to teach their children. Now, enemy is a strong word, and I want to preface something here. Okay, there are natural enemies in nature. You see this survival of the fittest. You see this principle in nature. So you can't run away from it. You can't deny it. And that doesn't mean you have to hate people for it, because they use that hate energy against us. Okay, you just have to be aware, not woke, aware. There's a difference. So this semiconductor, the companies accounted for, get this, sales totaling in the United States $250 billion, $275 billion. This is insanity, man. And sometimes I have to calm myself down, brother, because, you know, this is just crazy. This is crazy. I have to calm myself down, because if our people really looked at what has been done to them and what has been doing, what they're still doing to us, that there's no way to justify in today's world what is going on. Okay, moving along, Dr. Charles Drew, a physician, the founder, the corporate industry that he started was a blood bank, where all these vampires are feeding off of. The plasma bank, blood transfusions, and the mobile blood bank. 2,400 institutions, 9,500 employed. Blood transfusions saves hundreds of thousands of lives a year. The annual revenue in the U.S. is $2.1 billion. Globally is $16.9 billion. Okay, moving right along. Let's see here. Moving right along, one of my favorite. Now, this is a brother that definitely should be known to our people, hands down. Thomas Jennings, the inventor, was the first Black person granted a patent in the U.S. And Thomas Jennings should be somebody that should be celebrated by our people. I don't know what this man had in him, but those slave owners saw something enough in him to allow him to do this. Okay. And many of our people have this gift. Okay. But the corporate industry that he started was the dry cleaning industry. There are 33,000 dry cleaning companies in the U.S. that I could find, individual dry cleaners. And without this invention, there would be no individual dry cleaners. The annual revenue is 11.8 billion in the U.S. and globally an astonishing $106.6 billion in 2021. Again, people, you multiply that by 9 years, talking about $1 trillion. Okay. So you see how when you start really focusing on why they want to take, and I start looking at, okay, of course they want to hide the inhumane treatment of our people. But imagine being able to function from can't see morning to can't see night. Yes, this is why our people had to sing Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. This is why they had to pray on their knees. This type of inhumane treatment, I don't know how they made it from day to day. I don't think I could have, honestly. I'm just being real. I don't think, Lance, you could have. And people in the chat room. It's just, when you really look at the totality of this, it's almost unbelievable. But then when you include the financial part, and you got these people walking around and on TV like they're so big and have done so much, when it's our ancestors. Now, I just talked about 10. We're already over $80 trillion if you go back just 100 years. More than that, $100 trillion. If you go back 80 years, 100 years, with just those 10 industries, probably more. So you're starting to get the picture now, how we've been hoodwinked. Why, if these people are such good Christians, okay, why do we have to ask them for this money? Why? I want somebody to answer that question for me from their institutions. All right, another brilliant sister, Marion Crook, inventor. She's in the Hall of Fame, the National Inventors Hall of Fame. The corporate industry that she started was the voiceover technology. The subsidiaries are advertising, the gaming industry that our kids love so much. A Black woman, broadcasting, education, and financial services all use this voice-over technology. It employs over 1 million people. Okay. Its annual revenue in the U.S. is $1.5 billion in 2021. I couldn't get a global. And again, one of the reasons once they see that you're tracking certain information about our ancestors, then they don't provide that data. Lisa Gelupter, inventor, computer scientist, another brilliant sister, engineer. She, the corporate industry she started, she developed software for the first online videos. They're making billions of dollars a year off of the video gaming industry. Those industries would never be in existence today without our ancestors, like this brilliant sister here. She developed the first software for online videos, the ones that you go online every day and play with. She developed that. Okay. Also, she did some amazing things. The shockwave technology She was an engineer for the earliest interactive multimedia platform. Okay, so when you're able to, to communicate across platforms like we do today with all these different apps, like this sister right here, Lisa Galopter. This is why she was the engineer for the earliest interactive multimedia platform. That's why they can go on TV, why they can show you separate sporting events, what's happening in the world on CNN and these Fox News and all these other people, because of this sister here. But yet they tell these people that come to this country, black folks didn't contribute nothing to America. There are several pioneering internet technologies and created products that are used by billions of people. The annual revenue in the US is $57.19 billion. Globally, it's $26.2 billion. The video game industry, this, generates on a yearly annual basis $214.2 or $250 billion every year, $1 billion. See, this is why if they can't tell the truth. And the reason they can't tell the truth now is because it would expose their true nature. Okay. Now I'm going to run through, for sake of time, I'm going to run through probably another 10 of them real quick. Mary Mildred Davison, inventor, corporate industry, sanitary belt and toilet paper. You couldn't, black people all people have to be thankful for this sister. Okay, it allows billions globally to conveniently use toilet paper and have sanitary conditions. Annual revenue, $3.5 billion globally. But Nate, now this is a Nigerian American brother. Okay, they classify him as a Nigerian American pathologist. Okay, Bennett Efia can do a my. I gave it my best shot, brother. But CTE, they did a movie. In fact, I think this was the movie they did with Will Smith, in 2005 about him. The chronic traumatic encephalopathy, or CTE. This brother, where he was the first to discover the relationship between traumatic head injuries, okay, and on the football field. Why they have this protocol in the NFL to this day, okay, which is a good thing. So the corporate industry, CTE, which prevents millions of athletes worldwide from sustaining chronic head injuries. The annual revenue is $2.4 billion US, global 2.4 billion US, 1.3 billion. Morris McKinney. Now, this is a brother, too, that you got to be thankful when your car gets stolen that they can find it. He created the vehicle SMS code, or the LoJack. Why they can find your somebody steal your car, they can find it. Okay. Also, the GPS system. All right. The corporate industry it created, we know, is the car security industry. It employs over 25,000 people. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. 125,000 people globally, which this technology immobilizes cars and the owner can pinpoint the location of the vehicle. The annual global revenue, 17.5 billion, US 11.3 billion. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Dr. Philip Imiguawali, this is another brother from the continent. I believe he's from Ghana. Maybe. But he was the one who created the supercomputer server. okay, which is basically the internet. Okay, he created the world's first supercomputer, the server computer in 1989. This is the birth of the internet. I don't care who try to take. See, this is another thing. They basically lie in the history books. Okay, this was the brother that developed the world's first supercomputer. 3.1 billion calculations per second, and this changed our world forever, as we know. The industry employs over 12 million people in the tech industry. These huge, big, people always talking about Silicon Valley and all of that. None of that would exist. Not this brother right here. None of it. Okay, I don't care what nobody says. It accounts for, oh wow, it accounts for 10% of the U.S. economy. Wow. Now get this. Hope everybody's sitting down again. The annual revenue is $1.9 trillion. I didn't stutter. The annual revenue created. If nothing else, man, they should build a monument in Africa. This brother right here should build one in America. Seriously, I'm serious. The annual, so in 7 years, oh my God, I don't want to even talk about that. So the supercomputer server globally is worth brings in $44.2 billion. In the US, $6.3 billion. Those are a lot lower than that. Lot lower than, well, maybe this study, what year was this? I didn't get the year. But I don't care what year it was, $1.9 trillion, and you factor in today, at least 10 years ago, that they, start looking at the annual revenue of it. So, I'm sorry, 20 years ago, George Robert Carruthers, inventor, one of my favorite guys, physicist, engineer, space scientist, NASA scientist. He's in the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. This brother created the spectrograph, the spectrometer, and it was the one that made the first detection of molecular hydrogen in space, which is very important to our understanding and comprehension of the atmosphere in space. Okay, in 1970, using a sounding, so he made the first detection of molecular hydrogen in space in 1970 using a sounding rocket. He developed a rocket instrument that obtained a UV image, okay, of Halley's Comet, and an instrument with two cameras with different far UV wavelength sensitivities used on the STS-39 space shuttle mission in 1991. The ultraviolet camera, or the spectrograph, was the first moon-based observatory developed. It was developed for the Apollo 16 mission, and it was used for ultraviolet electrographic camera, which obtained images of electromagnetic radiation and short wavelength. And this is why we know, well, this is not why our people knew this way back in Kemet. Possibly going back to Kush. Okay. But this is why people like Benjamin Banneker and them are so important to us, and the Dogon. But this brother had the same gift. This is why we cannot stifle the natural gifts of our children trying to be like other people. That is not their assignment. Because the annual revenue is $14.97 billion in 2021. The projected growth is $28.3 billion by 2030. German scientists and Isaac Newton are given credit for its invention. I'm not surprised about that. Okay, let's look at, you guys all right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go through 5 more, and then we'll be done for sake of time.
No rush.
Okay, Oh yeah, I got to talk about her. Maybe I'll move her up. Look at George Tolliver, inventor, black inventor, Hall of Fame. He's in the Inventors Hall of Fame. Anytime you get on a ship, now people like to go on these fantasy cruises. Yeah, this brother to thank. He created the ship propeller. He got a patent for it. I couldn't get the patent number. The global marine propeller market, the largest market is in Asia and Europe. These ships and these boats, even the military have to be thankful for this brother. Submarines. There would be no ships for military and commercial ships usage, and no Carnival cruises. The annual revenue is $350 million, not billion, million. I don't know if something's wrong with that figure, but Henry Sampson Jr., another nuclear physicist, inventor. He created the cell phone technology that you use today. He created it. Let me give you this figure again. I can look up this guy's name. You can look it up. Henry Sampson Jr., a nuclear physicist, created the technology behind the cell phone that you're using right now. See, when they do this to our people and they hide this information from our people, just believe they know the truth. Okay? And you got to think, if you're always talking about, they always talk about, well, the IQ test for that our children are scoring below the standard average for blah, 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 blah. You know what? They're not interested in that crap because they don't see. I guarantee you, if they knew about this, okay, and who they really were and who they answered, you see a difference in our children. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. That is a fact. But Henry Sampson Jr. Developed the corporate industry that was created from his creation. His idea is the gamma electric cell, or the cell phone. It is a direct energy conversion device. So he was able to harness electromagnetic energy that's all around us. They didn't discover this energy. It was there. Okay, they just became aware of it. So they want to claim that they discovered everything. You didn't discover nothing. This electromagnetic energy has been on the earth for millions of years. You just became aware of it. But this brother, he harnessed the energy generated from the radiation of high energy gamma rays into electricity. Now imagine that. That's like a wizard. You talking about Merlin. That's the real Merlin right there. Not no fake Merlin. 28 million employed. This is incredible, man. You look at, let me just read the data. He was the first black person to earn a PhD in nuclear engineering in the U.S. He co-invented the gamma electric, the gamma electric energy that is in the universe. The annual revenue is 3.3 trillion in 2023. And excuse me. He created the technology used to create the cell phone. And he received a patent along with George Malley in 1971, who was another black inventor, Jesse Russell, an IT entrepreneur and a cell phone pioneer. The annual revenue projected in 2024 is $5 trillion. Now, that's the drop mic on the reparations, bro, right there. That is $5 trillion annually, every year. So in 20 years alone, we're talking about $100 trillion. So where are they getting these low figures from when they start talking about stuff? Because that's not what's in the records. I ain't talking about the narratives that you're written in your books. I'm talking about the records from the Smithsonian the congressional records, the Library of Congress, from the National Inventors Hall of Fame, NASA, our greatest scientists supposedly are, okay, and also the U.S. Department of Labor Statistics, not Neil Frazier and LANCESCURV. So you can't put that, say that we're creating this. That is the most important and satisfying thing today for me. Okay, $5 trillion. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. And when I go back over this information, I get the feeling I got when I first came across this information years ago. I get the same feeling. $5 trillion. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. All right, Keith Black is a neurosurgeon, moving right along. Cedars-Sinai Hospital in LA. Now, this brother should be celebrated right now, today, in the medical profession. Why? He did something that no other surgeon has ever done. In the corporate industry, brain surgery or neurosurgery, he was Time Magazine's Man of the Year, 2015. No, he was, one of the 21 of the most influential people of the 21st century. Yeah. This is why this brother should be celebrated, okay? Right now, today, our children should know who he is. Sinai Hospital right there in LA. See, in the greatness of our people and our continuity of genius walks amongst us. But because we're so stuck on narratives, we fail to see this. He performed over 200 brain surgeries a year, 4,000 in his career, the most by any surgeon in history. Let me say that again, because some of y'all don't like to hear. And remember now, this is not information from Black scholars. This is from the world's most foremost academic, governmental agencies, academic institutions in the world. Okay, so let's get that clear before I read this again. Because I know our people get twisted when they hear these coons saying, regurgitating these lies. And the first thing they do is say, well, how do you know that? I just told you where it came from. Okay, read this again. This brother, Keith Black, a neurosurgeon at Sinai Hospital in LA, which all of them know who he is, trust and believe, was one of the 21 of the most influential people of the 21st century by Time Magazine. Now wrap your head around that, because they ain't gonna just put anybody there. Okay. All right. So he did something that no other surgeon has ever done in history. He performed over 200 brain surgeries a year, 4,000 in his career. And again, the most by any surgeon in history. Annual revenue, $3 million generated for that health system there in LA. It's way more than that. They're trying to hide. There's way more than that, trust and believe. All right, moving right along. I'm going to get to a few more, and then we're going to move on to our next area. Okay?
Take your time, brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Lance, for your patience. Because the truth has to be told today. I don't care how much they're paying these coons. I don't care what these evildoers are saying. I don't care what they're showing on these devices. We know the truth. We have the truth. We have the records, their own records that cannot be debunked. Okay, George Crump. Now this is a story I like to tell. The potato chip. He was a chef, and in the corporate industry, in the potato chips industry, that the customer complained that the fried potatoes. Unless I want to say something here, because a lot of people think that I pay attention to what our people say in the comment, on. And I remember Indigo came, one of your guys, commented that he had heard about this, but he didn't know that it was a brother. I pay attention to what our people say. You know, I go back sometimes and look at it, and I want to acknowledge that. You know, I'm old, but I still can remember things. And this is what keeps me fired up, that our people are paying attention. Okay, this is what keeps me going. There are a few other people that commented, but that stood out in my mind that he knew this story, because they hide these type of stories from our people. But he was a chef, and the potato chips. So a customer complained that the fried potatoes were too thick. So I guess the owner of the restaurant went back to him and said, hey, you got to do something. This is one of our favorite customers. You know, come up with something. So what he did was he cut them as thin as he could, as thin as possible. And the rest is history. The customers loved it. The owner became rich overnight because of this. He even, and again, you know, there are some of our people, even someone with an evil heart, when they recognize this greatness, they know it's beyond something that they have. They know this had to come from the creative spirit. That this man thought about this, but potato chips are sold all over the world. This brother, George Crumb, the next time you buy, and see, I believe in student-centered learning. Children don't learn because they regurgitate. And you and I talked about this several times, Lance. Even these people that are teaching us that don't have this life force, they get angry when you arrive at the answer and you didn't have to follow the directions that they put forth. Our kids don't have. Our kids are kinesthetic learners. Okay, they can do something. They can look at something, and through their hands they can do it. And so our people, this gift came through our ancestral genetic memory bank. Our people who couldn't read or write had this gift. This natural gift, okay, that they try to stifle in our people, okay. But I remember they really gave him his props, George Crumb. I remember the first time I came across this story, one of my brothers from Tuskegee brought the book home. I was fascinated. I think I probably read that story more than any other story I read at the time. But the annual revenue today is $11.1 billion in the U.S. alone. Kenneth Dunkley, physicist and inventor. Now, this guy here is very, very important to us today. He created the technology behind the 3D glasses that allows the virtual reality games, or even for them to come up with holograms and different technology. See, we think these people, because they manipulate artificial intelligence, that they're so intelligent. These are your ancestors that produce this stuff that they're hiding, okay? And they get mad. I don't care, okay? I am not afraid of these vampires and these evildoers and these so-called Christians, which they are not, from what they have done and continue to do to our people and other cultures of color. You don't frighten me with your fiat and the other stuff you do. But this brother, the corporate industry that he started was the virtual reality industry. The holography field was invented, and he patented the three-dimensional viewing glasses. Again, this technology that you enjoy and see everywhere you go now, when the kids go to the game rooms, these big game rooms they have everywhere, in the malls and wherever they have them. How many of our children know that it was Kenneth Dunkley, a Black physicist, that created the technology behind this? How many of them know that? How many of them you think would want to become physicists if they knew this? See, our people have to be held accountable. And I agree with you, Brother Lance. that we have to start talking to our people directly about this. Okay, our people are the ones that have to be held accountable now for this. Okay, it's not up to white people or anybody else to bring out this stuff. It's up to us. This is why we have to stop hating on each other. Okay, we need each other. More importantly, they're after our children because they know this life force and they want to use it to continue to generate this fiat right here. Because if black folks stop today innovating anything, even the stuff you do on YouTube or wherever you do it, this economy would crash literally in 24 hours. So don't listen to this garbage that they're telling you. Okay, you don't have to have no PhD or no master's degree on any kind. You don't have to have that. Although we need our people who have that. Okay, we need that because that's how we learn about the information they're telling in their academic institution from my brothers and sisters who, under the academic crack of the whip, have to go through hell. Let me tell you, you have to go through hell to get a master's degree or a PhD degree because now they know that you are now being privy to this information that they have withheld from our people because it's in their institution. That's the only thing. Some of the most brilliant people that I've met in my lifetime, like Brother Lance and other people on the streets and in prisons and working in other industries. Okay, some of the most brilliant people have not been indoctrinated with this garbage that they have taught our people by giving you something they say has some kind of wealth. In fact, I dare to say that many of our brothers, like Brother Lance, have within them this life force that can transform our people. That is but now we have, because they tell us that the people from the academic world, and okay, because they tell us that that their standing and information is greater than what's inside of us, then this is what we buy into. And so they have us fighting against each other because somebody have a degree and somebody. You know what? If I had the power, I would send our children to trade schools now. I wouldn't send them to college no more. Because when you send them to college, they got to go back to these same people that have stole everything from your ancestors to ask for jobs. Okay, there are a few of them that create, things, but they block them like they've always done us. And if they're not willing to pay the price, it's going to be tough for them because they're going to deny them our own people are going to do this to them. So you see, I see what's going on. A lot, yeah, there are some people in other cultures going to universities, but the majority of these people are getting trades to build houses, become electricians that are doing things that our children don't know about. Okay. Now I can remember when they had the trade schools when I was growing up, which is it actually was the reason why black men were able to progress. They even used to put money into these programs. They don't do none of that no more. When they let them out of this prison industrial complex, they don't have anything to work with, but unless they use their time wisely. So you see, we are at war. Okay, and when people say that, oh, that happened back then, that ain't got nothing to do, you're a liar. Either that or you're ignorant or you're doing what the people who rule this society have always done to our people. There's no other way to look at it. So, yeah, we should be, this is why it's so important to pull out their natural genius. You don't know what you don't know who one of your children was sent here to be. But now you got them. The Lord gonna bless you, is he? see, I'm gonna stop before I get too angry with this. But our people have got to have a metamorphosis. We have got to now. These people are gonna bury us. Yeah, after our children, I see it every day. Our people have got to stop this. Okay. Now it's up to us to teach our children the truth about who our ancestors are. But they want to make them seem like they were animals in a field. No, they were way more than that. Okay, so tell them about Kenneth Dunkley. And those viewing glasses is the forerunner of the virtual reality industry that you, well, you're not benefiting from it. Certain people are, but you know, the kids have a lot of fun, so that's fine. The annual revenue is $14.85 billion in 2023, projected to go to $24.3 billion by 2030. Moving right along, another physicist, George Alcorn, invented the technology behind the X-ray machine. The atomic, he was in the field of atomic molecular physics. The corporate industry, the X-ray spectrometer. He won the NASA Goddard Award in 1984 as the inventor of the year. Our people need to know this, brother George Alcorn. You know, when you come home from twerking, you come back from a night of doing whatever you're doing. I ain't talking about just our sisters, I'm talking about our brothers too. And you have small children in the home or young children. You need to direct their attention to this. Okay, they don't need to be on these devices because the thing is this is stifling their natural ingenuity that exists in all of our children with an open pineal gland. But he was a NASA Goddard Award inventor of the year, 1984, George Alcorn. The interesting thing about this field, the spectrometry field, it drives the sales in the pharmaceutical industry, two of our biggest industries, and the biotechnology fields. It employs hundreds of thousands of people. The annual revenue is $14.8 billion. Okay, a few more here. I'm gonna stop at Valerie Thomas. No, George Cook. Yeah, Valerie Thomas. I'm gonna stop at her. Okay, so we have four more. Dr. When I say I'm going to stop this corporate theft, and we're going to go into the geopolitical chess, this immigration and reparation energy that's out here. Dr. Betty Harris, corporate industry explosives detector. So the military should have a statue of her because she created technology to detect explosives. Also, in the transportation, aviation, and robotics industry. The annual revenue is $5.1 billion globally, projected at $11.1 billion by 2027. They didn't provide the U.S. statistic. Frederick M. Jones, inventor, corporate industry, thermostat control. Every time you walk in your house, you have to control the temperature. You got one of your small children walking behind you, a black man, Frederick M. Jones. And then take them to the congressional records, the Smithsonian, all right, and show them, not no history book, but these people are telling all these lies. Our people need to stop this. Don't teach our children like that anymore. They get enough of that when they're in these buildings of indoctrination. When they come home, it's the game on, okay? But Frederick M. Jones, invented the thermostat control. He's in the National Inventors Hall of Fame for this invention. And he was also a very prestigious award that's awarded by the National Inventors Hall of Fame. He was the winner of the National Medal of Technology. There are not too many people that can say that. So this is a brother that our children should know about. Well, they have all these white faces of NASA everywhere. I think I saw a movie where one of my favorite female actresses, Taraji P. Henson, played in, I think it was called Hidden Figures. Yeah. Not too many people know who is behind this, okay, like Benjamin Banneker. They don't know this, where you could have a hidden figure as a child and you don't know this. The indigo children. You don't know this because you're still living by these old narratives. They don't need to go to church for the Lord to bless them. He already blessed them. He put it inside of them. And just as a quick sidebar to break the monotony, there were these, for lack of a better word, there are these demons sitting around saying, well, how are we going to hide this stuff from the original seed? And one of them said, well, let's put it in an ocean. They may not be able to find it there as big and vast as the oceans are on the earth. And then one of them said, no, we can't do that. Because one day, man is going to invent something that will be able to even go to the depths of the ocean. So it was like, right, you're right. And so another one said, let's put it on the moon or Mars even. And then they thought about it for a while. They were like, yeah, that's a pretty good idea. And then one of them said back, he said, no. One day, man is going to invent some form of object that will even make it to the moon, maybe Mars even. We can't take that chance. This is too big of a secret. We can't take that chance. So the third one said, aha, I got it. And he stood up. He said, I got it. He said, let's put it deep inside the mind and the heart of man, because he'll never think to look of it for it there. And that is exactly what they did to our people. So let's talk about Dr. Patricia Bath. This lady, this is a sister that all of our young women need to know about. Okay, now it's time for us to pick up the ball and stop all this kumbaya stuff. It's time. Okay. Dr. Patricia Bath, ophthalmologist, invented, she's also a laser scientist, invented the labor probe, which was a cataract device. So now when you see these people and you think you're so smart and you go in their office and they're using these lasers and you're like, oh yeah. And I'm not saying you have to be smart to be a doctor in any field, okay? You have to have some level of intelligence. I'm not trying to downplay that. All I'm saying is they have hidden this from our people, and now we have to clap back. So anytime you see, and these are teachable moments for our children. You take your kids with you. You got to have laser surgery. Okay, I want my grandchild with me. Sit right there. Okay, sit right in that chair. Dr. Patricia Bath invented the laser probe, the cataract device that allows me to have a black woman have this done today. Watch the shocked look on their faces. See, we spend too much time trying to teach them these lyrics to these songs like they mean something. They don't mean nothing. And they can get mad at me all they want to. I don't care. It's time out for this foolishness. That don't mean nothing. Okay? If they're not saying in those songs, like one of my famous hip-hop artists from back in the day, he's from New York, Lance, from Brooklyn, I think. Who's God? I can't think of the brother's name right now. I listen to his music every now and then. I'm drawing a brain. You know what I'm talking about. Who's God? Brooklyn. From Brooklyn. I think Eric B was one of the people he collaborated with. Rakim.
Rakim will say, follow the leader.
Rakim was putting down real science. Who's God?
Yep. I want people to listen to that song, Follow the Leader. Really listen to those words.
Yes.
Oh, man. That's the most powerful.
It is powerful. But see, they took this this type of knowledge out of the music genre. It's like, oh, no. We can't allow them to listen to this. Okay. A quote by one of our scholars, Dr. James Small. He said, know the history and it'll solve your mystery. Okay, the mystery is that they've hidden your history. And this is what Rakim said in the same thing. That if you want to solve the mystery, study your history, which they obviously have written in all of their major institutions. Okay, moving right along, a couple more. Let me finish with this sister. And she was one of the first advocates for curing blindness. Cataract surgical devices inventor, and she was the first woman to lead a postgraduate training program in laser cataract surgery. Annual revenue $13.6 billion in 2023. This is a brilliant sister, bro. And see, when they have, like, again, I don't have anything against the celebrity actress and all this and that, but that's just one aspect of who our sisters are. When you start looking back in history at our sisters and who they are and the sacrifices they made, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier. This is the last one, brother. And then we're gonna move on to another segment. When you start looking at the sacrifices our sisters made and our brothers made, that they paved the way for us under the most extreme discrimination. I remember seeing a movie. It's one of my favorite movies. I've watched several times over the decades. It's called Something the Lord Made with Most Def. And what's her name? Dwayne's Wade's wife played in it too. It's his wife. And the reason why it sticks out in my mind is because it's Johns Hopkins, the foremost medical institution in America, one of the tops in the world. My nephew works at. Shout out to him. But I remember during that time, I was living in Baltimore, after I got out of Morgan, and I spent some time, going to different institutions. I remember seeing this story about him, Vivian Thomas. It's called Something the Lord Made. You should definitely sit down with your children to see this movie. Now, he did not have a medical degree, okay? But without him, the person that was given the credit for solving this disease that white children had called blue face, without Vivian Thomas, who they eventually, after I think 40 years, gave an honorary doctorate to, and hung his picture up with the founders and the great doctors, and this doctor he worked with on the walls. It's there today. I've seen it in Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. His natural gift was greater than the gifts that any doctor was taught in any institution. He could look at something, and because he had very steady hands, now he was also a mechanic, somebody that worked with tools. So you gotta have steady hands to do that, like a surgeon. But he also had the mind. He could see. And when he first started telling them the procedures, and in this movie, and then I'll move on, they showed how all the prominent white doctors from around the world that heard about this surgery, which nobody believed could be accomplished, they were shocked because that doctor, now imagine this, even though he wore a lab coat and worked with the chairman of that department, he had to go through the same interests that all the people that worked there, the cooks and all of that. And then you had this black guy going back to this house Neil Field nigger debacle. He said, well, you got to come through the same interests that we come through. Just because you got on that white lab coat don't make you better than us. And he said, by the way, my grade is higher than yours. I make more money than you. And most deaf was good acting. He was shocked. So he went in and he asked this doctor, he said, what is my grade? What does that mean? And the doctor had to admit to him, okay, there are people, servants, that make more money than you, but I'm going to change that. He quit immediately. But the doctor convinced him to come back. But when they were sitting in that they were observing, I guess it was about maybe 50 people, physicians from around the world. And so he knew that he couldn't perform this surgery. He knew this. But at that time, he would have been shamed before the world if he brought a black, they were still calling our people niggers openly. If he brought him into that room for the whole world to see, the most prominent physicians in the world, to see who's the real brains behind this, that it would let the cat out of the bag and couldn't be put back. So he got frustrated and he was like, the hell with this, I guess the hell with these white people, go get Vivian. And so they was like, huh? It was like, sir, no, he went to the nurse's station. He said, page Vivian Thomas. And the nurses said, well, we can only page doctors. And so this, I guess the police officer in the hospital came closer when he heard the conversation. And he said, Dr. So-and-so, respectively, we can't do that. He snatched that goddamn microphone. He said, paging Vivian Thomas right now to they had some kind of name for the room. And so he was shocked because he knew the significance of this. So he went, he got his white lab coat. He went in there and you saw these pompous physicians sitting there looking like, oh. And a couple of them started laughing, saying he could never do this without that nigger in there. And so long story short, he actually performed the surgery. And you could see the white child's skin turning from blue to white. And boy, there was a big gasp let out. And so now the whole world knew. So when the doctors came in, and this is how they hide the truth from our people and even from their people. They came in the room, they were shaking the doctor's hand, and they were like, well, Dr. Thomas, what a magnificent job. He was like, I'm not a doctor. And they were shocked. These were Russian doctors or German doctors. And they were shocked. They was like, you're not a physician? And they looked so perplexed. They was looking around at other people. What do you mean you're not a physician? So you see, this life force that we have in us, they are aware of it, but they have no connection to it. So yeah, that movie, our people need to take their children and look at. Valerie Thomas, the last one we're going to talk to before we move on. Valerie Thomas was a data scientist at NASA. As a matter of fact, she was one of the people in this movie with Taraji P. Henson of Hidden Figures. She actually was a part of the groundbreaking Landsat program at NASA, which was the first to send images from space. She worked with the brother I mentioned earlier. Okay, they all worked for NASA. But you wouldn't think no black people worked for NASA if you didn't look at the congressional records. But the corporate industry she created was the hologram, the 3D holograms. She invented a way to transmit three-dimensional images that while you enjoy this artificial intelligence that you're so, you think these brilliant people created, it's your people that created this. Okay. The hologram that appeared to be real developed a computer network that connected research stations of scientists from around the world to improve scientific, get this, collaboration. So now, if she hadn't developed this technology, they would not to this day have a network that connected research stations all around the world to be able to use scientific, what's the term I'm looking for? Real term or you know what I'm saying, like right now, okay, which this 5G technology that they're trying to use gives you the impression or the illusion that it's real time. That's the word I'm looking for, the term I'm looking for. So he was the one that created this, okay? Also the SPAN, the Space Physics Analysis Network, for research related to Halley's Comet and the ozone hole, which studies supernova. But there is one young brother that I wanna highlight before we move on. Yeah, here's his name. You have got to talk to our children about this. Osborne Dorsey, who was a 16-year-old. Some of you might still remember when I talked about him before. He invented the doorknob. Okay. So every time one of our children walk through a door and you open, unless you have a door that can open without the doorknob, they do have those. You let them know that it was a 16-year-old black boy, okay, or young man, which he developed a patent in 1878 that invented the doorknob. Okay? He had a patent for it. The doorknob industry today is $9.8 million and $1.2 billion globally. Now, there was also a black man that invented the door. But for sake of time and make sure we cover all the points, which I'm going to run through this area right here. Yeah, it's like, brother, the enormity of what they have hidden from our people is just ginormous, as they say. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we're going to get back to that sharecropping picture in a minute. But I want to run through. Matter of fact, this part right here, yeah, I'll just mention real quickly about how, now, the immigration situation, this was planned in the 70s by the conglomerate oil companies. Because, see, what our people don't realize is by the time we see something now, they have had it in the lab and they've been planning for 20, 30 years. Okay? But we're just, because they don't want you, they want to perfect it. Okay? Before they, so this, what I want to talk about real quickly is how they created the dynamics that exist and why they are bringing all these immigrants in the country today. Now, I'm going to run through this real quickly. And this is not by chance, okay? This is, what they did is, and they're moving towards doing that here in America, trust and believe. They had a plan back in the 70s and 80s to destabilize South America and the central banking industry in Central and South America. And it's called, the term is called hyperinflation, where the central banks are printing excessive amounts of fiat that is not backed by any commodity, like when they use our ancestors as collateral at first. But back during this time, silver and gold was used as a commodity. So people in Central America were dealing with 50% inflation each month. Now, to give you some idea of that, okay, you're talking about a loaf of bread costing $15, $16. When we say that inflation is high here in the United States, we're talking about 5%. These people, since the 70s, when they first came up with this plan to destabilize these countries, to bring them here, because they were always looking for a way to replace you, okay? So you can keep kumbaya with them all you want. They have always been looking for a place because they did not want to pay you, that's obvious, even what you are owed and what your ancestors invented. But the inflation rate was 50% each month and 100% inflation in Central America every year. But in Argentina and in Venezuela, that's why you see them flying in all of these Venezuelans and giving them all the money. Now, you need to sit down on this as well. The inflation rate in Venezuela was 249%. I'm going to say that again. When you look at 5% inflation rate in America, you have people crying. Oh, what the Fed's going to do? Oh, Congress, everybody crying. The inflation rate is too high, 5%. The position they put these people in, okay, you're talking about basically they can't survive. If you ever talk to somebody from Venezuela like I have, they look at America as like dying and going to heaven, like it's a paradise. Okay? They look at America, and this is what our people don't understand. This is their land of milk and honey because their economy was collapsed. This is why they had to formulate gangs to survive. They straight out was doing what Lance was saying is going to happen in America eventually, where they are kicking in your dough and they see that fiat on the table and they don't give a damn about that. They just want some food to feed their families. Okay, that is coming to America. Okay, so what happened was they tried to recover. They took out a loan for $44 billion from the IMF. This is the same game plan they use with our people, with African nations. And the U.S. gave them a $16 billion legal tender bill, which they knew they could never pay back. And the interest rate was 38.9%. Come on, man. How are they going to ever pay that back? Okay. The current U.S. inflation rate is 3.14%. You get the picture now? So on the one hand, these people are desperate, but this desperation was created on purpose. This is where the wickedness comes in at. This is why the unrighteousness. 80% of those people are Catholic. But it is the Catholic Church that had put them in this condition, working with U.S. corporations. Okay? So now there's a class of cultures. Okay? This is what Chancellor Williams was talking about when he was talking about Akibalon and what they did there and the other imperialistic things that they did throughout the world, but that here in America, the destruction of the Black culture, okay, is weaponized through unemployment. Now we see today, there's a report that came out yesterday that California now leads the nation in unemployment. This is by design, okay? The brown people that's coming up from Mexico, they're facing the same thing. I know this. I know some of them. But the way that the media puts this, they're putting Black and brown people against each other. They're putting them in the cities. They're spitting in your face. A lot of these people can't even speak English, okay? But the narrative they have told them is that you're lazy and that you're living off the taxes of working people. But they don't tell them this. So this is what causes this friction. I'm not trying to make no excuse. Black people are catching hell in our major cities. In New York, Lance, your home state, and in Chicago. I frequently look at it. Is a very unfortunate situation. Okay, and we got to vote these people out of office that are doing this to American citizens. Okay, tax-paying American citizens. The prison industrial complex. I believe I was looking at a figure. So the way that you create crime, because America is a crimogenic society, okay, all of the constituents, like Dr. Amos Wilson always says, are criminalized. You can't get away. You have to be very strong-minded to get around this, because in America, if you have money to take care of your necessities, guess what? You're going to go look for it. So they know that it's going to be, I'm not excusing this, but when there is a lack of employment, the burglaries, according to their statistics, burglaries, robberies and carjackings increase. Okay, this is their statistics, not Neil Frazier. Okay. Then they crashed the housing market, and they manufactured homelessness. And there's a coming food crisis as well. Trust and believe that. Okay. So, and then they play that skin game where they put white versus black, brown versus black, black versus black, yellow versus black. And then they hide the hidden science of genetics. Okay, these are low vibratory games played by low vibratory people. Okay, so let's move to. We're gonna move to our sharecropping. Okay, so not yet, Lance. Hold on the sharecroppers. We're going to move. Huh?
I said, no problem. Take your time, brother.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move into a very, very important statistical reality of the United States. Again, these statistics come from the U.S. Department of Economics and Labor Statistics. It's come from a division of our government. And, you know, the thing that's so asinine about this is they know this information. They are the ones that recorded it. So that's like you saying, well, people love us so much, they're quoting scripture, but the manifestation of their seeds show that they hate us. Nature teaches us this. So let's look at these statistics before we go into sharecropping. Now let me look at a few things first here. We all right, Brother Lance?
I'm right here, soaking up this meal.
Yes,
I don't want to leave the restaurant. The meal is too good.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get real deep when we get into that sharecropping. In fact, I'm going to end on that, but I want to give these statistics real quick. Yeah. So let's start out with these numbers about when they talk about Black people, and it is true, we're killing ourselves. The police are killing us, and other people, the KKK, are killing us. Now, around 2 in every 100,000 white Americans are murdered every year, according to their records. But an astonishing 16 out of every 100,000 Black Americans are murdered each year. Now, in fairness, a lot of that is being done by our people, our young people, okay? I'm not going to try to make no excuses of that. It is what it is. Okay, we have got to turn this around. This type of hate, where this is just, it's off the charts. Unemployment among Black workers is rising, 11%, compared to the national average of 3.5%. Now, we all know that when you say 11%, you got to double this. This is more like 22%, because Black men have stopped going out and looking for jobs. And they only count the ones that are out looking for jobs on their records, because they don't come around and knock on your door and ask you if you've been looking for a job this week so we can record it. No, they don't do that. Okay. In 2020, white households, who account for 60% of the U.S. population, held 84%, get this, 84%, which in dollars is 94 trillion of the total household wealth in the U.S. I'm going to read that again. Because see, sometimes, and I got no problem reading it because these come from the government. I don't think they're going to put something out that's going to work against them. In 2020, white households, who accounts for 60% of the U.S. population, held 84%, or 94 trillion, of total household wealth in the U.S. Comparably, Black households, who account for only 13.4% of U.S. population, held just under 4%, or 4.6 trillion of total household wealth. Okay. So this is why when you get these people out here and these talking heads, oh, well, American and the Patriots are going to suffer and they're bringing all these immigrants in. They don't say nothing about black folks because they know this. You have almost $100 trillion in household wealth when black folks got only $4.6 trillion. They can withstand this blow. They know this is blowing smoke up our asses. They know this. They can withstand any hit that comes here. We can't. And on top of that, they're putting us against melanated people, other melanated people. In 2002, a USDA report showed that black people own less than 1% of rural land in the US, and the total value of all of that land together is only $14 billion. When you have one of our ancestors from their inventions producing $14 billion a year for the US. But you're talking about, what, 35 million people have only 14 billion. This is a tragedy before any God that you should depart from me, you workers of iniquity. Okay, like I used to hear one of my sisters say, I never knew you. You're not a part of this. So this place you call hell, and this devil with a pitchfork and horns, our black people have been living in hell all their lives. You can trace back as far as you want, 500 years. So what hell could be worse than this? But the most staggering part about this is, out of a total land value of more than $1.2 trillion, whites own 96% of rural land. That's all I'm gonna say about that. You know, and these folks hollering about reparations and all this. I ain't got no respect for them. You know why? What we see today, I don't have no respect. I don't kumbaya with them. I don't go to their churches, and I don't clap with these pimps standing in the pulpits that's sucking all the little money that our people have, their hard-earned money. I don't play that game no more. The Homestead Act, the government in 1862 gave white Americans 160 million acres of free land. And this is why they control 96% of the land. This amounted to over 1.6 million whites. 86% of US businesses are owned by white Americans. So I kind of ran that together. So I want people to get clarity on that. Through the Homestead Act, the government in 1862 gave white Americans 160 million acres. That's game over. They took your land, and so you went from being farmers to hustlers and pimps because now you had to survive. Okay. 86% of US businesses are owned by white Americans. So when they tell you this crap about why white black people complaining about blah, 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 86% of US businesses are owned by white Americans. Now, here's where, like I said earlier about our children graduating from these colleges. Who own all the businesses? Who they got to go to for jobs? You see what I'm saying? Our people are not awake. You might be woke, but you're not awake. Okay? You need to stop spending your money everywhere. Okay, when these people own 86% of these businesses, that's going to put our and now, a little sidebar. Now, this is why I understand and comprehend what I heard Dr. Claude Anderson say back in Baltimore back in the 80s when I went to see him. I didn't understand. But I'm thinking to myself, how are black people going to be back in slavery? How is that possible? There's no way. And I remember talking to a friend of mine. We went together, and he was like, "Nah, man, that can't happen. Black people ain't never going back to slavery." You think? Now I get what this brilliant black economist was projecting. Like you always like to say in your scripts, our people perish for lack of vision. Well, here we had a visionary right amongst us for decades that's been telling us this. And we still haven't done anything. But I remember him saying that. And I was like, how is that going to happen? Here it is, right now, today, manifested. This is how. Because and they like to throw this in our face. So when the Asian people come out of these universities, because they're going to do the same thing to Latino people, okay, believe it or not. They're going to segregate them to the lower ranks of society in terms of their corporate positions. Oh yeah, they'll come manage at McDonald's or something. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the corporations and the governmental organizations that run this country in the world. That's what I'm from the you can call it the lords, okay, the lords and the knights that run America. They're not going to penetrate that level, okay. So at some point, we have to try to find some kind of happy medium because, again, this is a direct gut punch to black folks after all we have done and contributed to this country. Last few statistics here before we move on to the sharecropping. There were 500 black hospitals in the U.S. at the height of segregation. 18 in Detroit. Detroit was a bit, and see, this happens to all of our cities. And then they want to blame it on, poor black management, mayors, or what have you. No, it's the economic factor in America that plays a vital role in sustaining. Because if you take 3 major corporations out of a city, it's game over. That's all they have to do. That is their playbook. So Detroit had 18 hospitals. I remember when Detroit was like bustling. They had General Motors. A lot of our people was accumulating some form of wealth for generations. But they had this in the plan in the works all the time. Today, you look at Detroit. Okay, look at how they took these corporations out of Detroit and shipped them to Mexico and other places around the world, Dubai, all these places you love to go to because you think they're so magnificent when they have done this to our people. Today, it's another sit-down moment. There's only one hospital, Howard University Medical Center, which I've been to several times. I used to live within, let's see, about 10 miles away from Howard University Medical Center. That's the only one that's left. The U.S. Department of Commerce gave us this data in 2022. The economic impact, all right, the combined gross receipts, okay, in other words, your net growth, net power, economic power. Black people, 6.8 billion. Asian people, 33.7 billion. Latino people, 22.3 billion. White people, another sit down moment, 1.2 trillion dollars. So you see, like they always say, numbers don't lie. Now, to give you the significance of this, 62.3, if I add up Latino, Asian, and Black networks of combined gross receipts, is $62.3 billion versus $1.2 trillion. Okay. What is, see, these people that are around here acting like Black people ain't got nothing to complain about. And I'd be at church every Sunday too, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If I had $1.2 trillion in gross receipts on my net worth, I'd be doing that too. But why are you doing it? And why are you serving the so-called same God? And why are you teaching our children to do this? This is the point. You can do whatever you want. Because Black folks are going to, one thing I learned, they're going to do whatever the hell they want to do, whether it destroys or not. We have lost all sense of consciousness, and we have let these vampires take our soul, pretty much. And the last one, in May 9th, 2023, the RAND Research and Commentary, the median Black household has $24,000 in savings, mainly through home equity, if you own a home, and whatever investments you made in the stock market or trading or what have you. But on the other hand, whites have 289,000. Let's say that again, from one of their top research academic institutions, the RAND Research and Commentary. The median Black household is $24,000 in savings and home equity, mainly through your home and whatever investments you made, while whites, on the other hand, have almost $300,000. So no matter how you spend this, and you got these coons that they pay to get on here and say all this stuff about our people, that's not what the manifestation of it says. That's not what nature shows us. See. And finally, before we go into the sharecropping aspect of this, racism is not just economic and social. It's a system of white supremacy, like Neely Fuller said, and Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. If you don't know anything about the system of white supremacy, then you don't know nothing about nothing. Because this system is in high gear, and it's in all 10 areas of human existence and activity. It's in economics, and I've showed you this today. It's in education, it's in law, it's in politics, it's in entertainment, okay? It's in labor. Well, let me qualify each one. It's in economics, because they stole all of the inventions that they're eating off of now, and they refuse to pay Black people reparations, what they're owed, not no handout, like they tell these people that come here. This is what's owed. Okay, we know this. You know it. It's in education, where you hide our great ancestors and their life force that is the foundation of American and global and European wealth. You hide this from your history books and from our people and our children. In education, through the lies. In law, where you mass incarcerate. I think I saw a figure where, well, the United States is only 5% of the global population. I don't know, we like to, they like to make it seem like we're bigger than that. Only 5%. But yet we have 25% of the world population incarcerated. And who do you think most of them are? Black and brown men and women now. When you go to court, you're dealing with American jurisprudence. If you can't afford the type of lawyer, when these folks come against you, they're going to stick it to you. They do this to our people every day. You have no idea how much they do this to our people. Politics. where black folks have, I want to tell this story too, because I remember this vividly. In 1980, when Ronald Reagan became, I like to say ascended the throne, because it's a feudalism system, okay? And for all intended purposes, when these presidents come into office, then they're just the head of this system, this feudalism system, okay? It's a business to them. But in politics, I remember in 1980, I was working for my first job out of Morgan. I was working as at that time they were calling them psychiatric technicians. And people from Baltimore and Maryland will know exactly what I'm talking about. I was working at Spring Grove State Mental Hospital. I went into the mental health industry first. And so, a long story short, I worked there for about 6 months. And then in January, Ronald Reagan became president. So I remember going to work, and everybody's standing outside with these envelopes, the day shift, because I always got there early. I was like, what happened? We got a bomb scare in the building, or, what's going on? He was like, you didn't hear? I was like, no, hear what? It was like Ronald Reagan just took all of the money out of the budget allotted for mental health institutions out of the U.S. budget. I was like, what? What does that mean? This is when you begin to see, and I'm telling you, people that was at Spring Grove, they needed to be in there, okay? But this is when you start to see these people out in the street pushing these carts, okay, looking in trash cans and doing all this stuff. This was a deliberate action. And I was shocked. So I went in, everybody from the night shift, because I worked the night shift from like 3 o'clock to 11, I usually 11:30 during the week. And everybody was standing there waiting, was getting their checks, and everybody had this look on their face. Can you believe this? I'm like, no, this is insane. And so they created this because these people were on heavy psychotropic medication. Let me tell you, back during that time, when they was taking lithium and what is it, Paxil, I believe it was. When they was taking these very strong psychotropic drugs, they needed to have that every day. So this is what created this out on the streets. So I was like, fine. So I also had, and again, people from Baltimore and from Maryland will know this, I had a weekend job at a very large prison called the Cut. We call it the Cut. It's in Jessup, Maryland. And so I lived in Baltimore County, about maybe 15 miles from there. But I worked there on the weekends because Linda, your homegirl from Jamaica, Queens, my ex-wife, mother of my children, she was pregnant with my son, my oldest son. And so I had to work on the weekends too. So I worked in the mental health ward, the H building in the prison complex. So again, the same thing. I'm walking to H building. I was working as a recreational therapist. And I'm walking back to H building, and I see the like you, the correctional officer standing there. These pump shotguns or 30-06, and they're standing in front of H building. I'm like, what is going on here? They're usually in the tower somewhere. And so one of the correctional officers I called, he was a sergeant. We called him Sarge. He was like, Frazier, so you ain't hear what's going on? I was like, bro, you're not talking about this Ronald Reagan crap, are you? He was like, yep. He said the mental health ward section of the prison is shut down immediately. I was like, bro, you got to be kidding. I lost 2 jobs in the same week based on this. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And I got out. I still stayed in the mental health industry for a little while. But then I started setting my sights on education, because this was a deliberate act that was done. Okay, so when you have these politicians coming around here fooling our people, okay, there are things planned that we have no knowledge about, that they're planning right now. And the black people that know this, you know, what can you say? They're cowards. They know what these evil people are planning, but yet they're not telling our people. Okay, when you look at entertainment, we know what's going on with the Diddy situation and all these people that bow down to these vampires in the music industry, that they got our young, mainly our young men regurgitating, you know, these death cult type lyrics, okay? Because the ones that like Rakim, and we mentioned earlier, KRS-One, you don't hear them. Then you don't hear them, okay? They don't talk about them. Now there are some iconic people here in the music industry that's standing up. I got a lot of respect for standing up, who first came out against this system and told the truth about how they were treating our young people, how they were treating our people here. They came out with this. So we know in the music industry and the entertainment world, this game that they play with our people, we see this same system of white supremacy and racism. So you can't deny this. You can call it a victim card all you want. In labor, I did a video on digital discrimination, where me and a couple of people I know, it's been close to a year now, we're applying for jobs online to see. So they have this dossier on all black people. They know who you are. They have your digital blueprint. So as soon as you apply for a job, they immediately know who you are. They ain't even got to look at your resume. They can look at the zip code you live in and know that you're black or brown. Okay, so now what they do is they don't even have, the people that are behind this, they don't even have to see you or talk to you anymore. They can just look at your dossier and say, oh yeah, we ain't gonna hide. This is what they're gonna do to our children that are coming out of college with these degrees. Well, I say we need to be focused on trades now more. And Dr. Claude Anderson was a prophet about this. I can see our children being in some form of slavery. I can see this, whether you want to admit this or not. And going to church every Sunday is not going to change this. Okay, I don't care how many scriptures you want to quote to them. And religion, you know, I ain't even going to go into that. It's too frustrating now to talk about that. Sex. Okay, they use sex against our people. How? We all know about the Tuskegee incident. God knows when you go into these hospitals what they're put. And just like when one of the, I don't want to talk about that because they might try to censor Lance for that. But they want to paint our young women as prostitutes. Our women are not the only ones out here in the streets. I see women from all, that's the thing about California. I see women from all cultures. They can lie all they want and try to make black women like they're prostitutes. No. On what I see, no. And war. You know, it's been and I remember my brother was the first one to bring this to my attention, that the military are the biggest drug dealers in the world. Now, my brother drunk himself to death at 54. He loved the military. He was a military police. I was like, what you mean by that? He said, we used to guard the planes when they loaded it. But it was decades after he was gone that I found out this is true. If you don't believe it, Google Mena, Arkansas. I was like, wow, that is true. Okay, so brother, now let's get into the sharecropping, the finale here. And this is, now, you still there, Brother Lance?
Right up on it.
All right. You're a fighter, so I know you're still in the race. This is, you know, when we used to have the old 15-round heavyweight fights. Well, even some of the...
I know. I miss those. The championship rounds from 13, 14, and 15. You know why they did that, right?
Huh?
You know why they did that, right?
No, what?
They took it from 15 to 12 because it's easier to fit it in 1 hour of programming.
Okay.
If you have 12 rounds of 3 minutes, that's 36 minutes. And then you have another 12 minutes, which are the minutes between each round. That's 48 minutes. And then you have 12 minutes left over for part of the interviews and the commercials. So it fits in easier. That's the only reason why they changed it. They tried to say and put the rumor out there, oh, it's for the safety of the fighters. Nah, that was the real reason. Because if it's 15 rounds, 15 times 3 is 45. And then another 15 minutes in between rounds, that's an hour. But you have no time for the introduction, the interview, the post-fight interviews, and it always spills over uneven, leaving the next hour weird because now they have to stretch it extra with commercials and get another 30-minute show there for the next show. That's why.
Well, speaking of commercial, Brother Lance, I'm going to take a commercial break.
Okay, take your time. Take your time. I got you.
You had that gift. But this part right here, this is the finale. This is the, we're going into, I guess, the 13th round.
There you go.
Yeah, because this is going to expose the evil that was perpetrated on our people even to this day. I'll be right back.
Yes. Not a problem. Take your time, man. Take your time.
Thank you.
Wow. Yes. There's so many things going on in the world. Just an observation. I'm not trying to be a psychic or anything, but, you know, we have CERN, I believe, on April 8th. That's CERN, when they have the particle blaster being pulled up again, right? Trying to find the God particle. And I believe, not just from what other people are saying, but I kind of researched it. They say it's one thing, but they're messing around with the dimensions. They're messing around with opening up portals. People say, well, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're watching too many. These things have already been out there. They've been working on these things. You look at this whole Diddy situation. It's not just the sex parties and these different things. These people are heavily into the occult. We're on this level. We think a certain way. We know there's a creator. I'm not saying to fear any of the dark stuff, but they're deep into that. That's why they can rule in this world like they do. You understand? At the same time, on the 8th, we have the solar eclipse, a really big one, right? And that has its own energies with it. And see, the thing is with energy, we're the good people here passive. I'm not saying anybody here, I just said the good people here. They're very passive. Yeah, this will be all right. These people harness energy and they're relentless with it. I mean, look back at the music industry. Clive Davis, who is the one who, with Diddy, okay? Diddy, Quincy Jones, Clive Davis, whichever. Whitney Houston was dying in the same hotel that they had to party. And they didn't care. They kept partying. Most of those people knew that was a ritual. Why do you think these people do this? It's not like they do this and things don't work. So a lot of stuff people do doesn't work. I'm not into any of that. I don't want to open up doors and have any energy, bad energy come at me. You got to look at things as energy, y'all. Not just this person did this and the court's going to take them to jail. No. These people are manipulating energy that they're tapping into worlds and en masse things that people know. Not just because they have status or they're big or whatever. These people know stuff. When you have these meetings, there are people who I've known in the past who have told me the meetings and gatherings they've gone to. I mean, I don't know anything more than anybody else. I'm not a famous person, but I have a lot of proximity to different people who open their mouth around me. I'm like, God, dog, I don't need to be around this person. You into that? I mean, groups that you can name on those darker levels. And there's a lot of that going on in this present time. And we see the glitter and the glitz. But we get fooled by that. Oh, they're so rich and they're famous. Look, take a person like Diddy. Why is he on top so long? Am I hating on another man's or another black man's success? No. Well, why is he on top so long? What does he know that other people don't know? Aren't there other talented people in the world? Isn't there a trail behind him with things he's done to people? You know what I mean? Like this is not good. But we get fooled by that. We get distracted by that.
Sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
Do your
sir.
thing, man. I'm back.
Okay.
I'll rant on some shit about these things.
Okay. But you know, I know you got that gift. You know how to put it together. I was just trying to hear the last of what you were saying.
Oh, no, I was just speaking about energy, how it's manipulated, how there are people with evil intent that use the energy that's there, that's neither good nor bad, but they have a bad heart and they use it for bad things. It's like there's a bunch of mangoes on a tree and we go out there and pick the mangoes. We're going to serve the mangoes to our guests and the people who are around us. But you can also take those mangoes if you have a bad heart and throw it like a softball and hit somebody in the head. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not the mango that's bad. It's the use of it. It's not the gun that's bad. It's the person behind it and the evil intent. So when we see these people, the world tries to convince us, oh, they're moguls and they get awards. It's a small world. And believe me, I can't mention certain names, right? I got family members, blood family members who have a close proximity to these things. Those things are real. But when you come up and you're young, oh, I want to be famous like this person, and you get lured into things, and by that time, you're so seduced, you'll do things, you're so blinded. I've had a peek into different worlds through other people. I've had a peek into different worlds myself. You know what I mean? And that's why I stay away from all of that stuff. Because it's so easy to get caught up and get involved and get used. And most people, they get used.
Yeah, they do.
Spit out.
They do.
It's a industry in the world. It's not even just music industry and just it's a political, it's a religious, it's the music, it's the acting. It's worlds that you would never understand, and they're all tied in.
They're all tied together. Yeah,
that's right.
It's something like you were saying in one of your videos. Once you caught in that spider's web, he ain't worried about you no more. He can go eat last week's meal because he know he can come back to you next week and you still gonna be there. So they're not, you know, because of our people use this 90-degree way of seeing everything that we have been indoctrinated with.
Right.
Like you were saying about the different truths one time. If you have 5 different truths and then a 6th one come along, you can tell if it doesn't fit.
Right. Right.
But our people, they're pigeonholed into one, what they see as one truth.
There's many roads to one destination.
Yes.
If you take the number 5, you got 3 plus 2, you got 4 plus 1, you got 6 minus 1, but we're trained to only think that one way. I think in a 360-degree way. Sometimes I don't get it right away, but it's an energy thing. And when you're right with yourself, when your mind is good with itself, and you've conquered yourself, you've gotten off the residue of the lower desires, you can see everything so clear.
Right.
You know, I was telling Mr. Scurv earlier. I said, I see things through people, not necessarily the timeline, but when you combine certain energies, it's like combining certain flavors in a meal when you put certain seasonings in it. This is why back in the day, I always used to throw good parties because I knew the right personalities to bring in and who to not bring in that would ruin it. It's all energy. And so when I see certain people that are anticipating, well, you know, he's going to die and I'm going to get everything he's got, you're hanging around. Be careful when you think that because you might be out of here quicker. And why would you sit there and wait on somebody for that when you should be doing something on your own right now? You can get greater on your own. But I'm just saying, I see things. I feel things. I feel energy. I don't necessarily see spooks and goblins walking around. I had a couple of those things happen. You know what I mean? But my thing is, I feel.
Because you're in
I
touch
feel.
with your life
And that's
force. You're in touch with your life force.
Yes, I'll agree. I'll agree. And you have to be careful of things that are going to pull you away from being in touch with your life force.
Yeah.
Because we can walk around zombified for years, bumping into walls, tripping over things, not literally, but as far as the bad energies of people who want us confused, want us taken away from ourselves, so they can take advantage of the basic energy we have.
That's true.
So I'll go in the hermit mode in quick. And trust me, I'm making some major adjustments. I'm always going to do shows, but I'm making some major adjustments because I can already see what's happening. Just like what happened with the content and everything. I just want to mention that for a minute. It's not taken away. It's private. I was hacked into. Why didn't they go into my computer and go after the bank account? Why didn't they go into my computer and kill it? It's suspended, private. And Google refuses after admitting that this stuff has been hacked. And we agree to that, but they don't say anything. It's bigger than that. They don't want that content there, but they can't take it and destroy it because that's a lawsuit. You see what I mean?
Okay, I see you now.
But they don't want it out there because there's too much that's been said. But look, I'm still producing. I'm still doing what I do across multiple platforms, and I'm still say what I say. But I can recoup a lot of it. 85% of it, it's just going to be a lot of button clicking. What I'm saying is that they're setting up for certain things not to be out there. They want to erase a lot of the things that are there. They don't want people to have access. Not just me. I'm not a famous person. I'm not that big. But collectively, we are. When you look at the ants, that each ant is strong. But collectively, they can move mountains. They kick over the anthill. There's another one back there. You see what I mean?
I agree, brother. And
all your content is safe. I just have to re-upload it. All your stuff, everything we've ever done. You know what I mean? But if you go way to the old stuff on the website, it's going to say private. It's embedded. Why not available or deleted?
Now, I'm going to send you an email about something because they blocked me from something. I'm going to send an email to you.
Right. But see, this is what they do now. Like you said earlier, they want to erase us. They want to take our history away where there's no record of what we have. And other people will not respect us. The other people who they're letting in. They don't let the Haitians in. They don't let the black races in from other countries, but they let everybody else because they want to dilute us, but they don't want to do it themselves. They want to use the other people who they call the newcomers, Biden calls them, because it's by design. They've done it in other countries. Bring in whiter races to change the population. When you see advertisements for travel to go to Brazil, all you see is that white lady coming out the beach with the shirt and the titties and all that stuff. And you see white. But you go there and you see more Africans in Brazil than you will see in America, than you see in the Caribbean. It's a more authentic African place. But they don't want you to know that perception is everything. You see what I mean? And just like you were saying with the sugar.
More Africans were sent to Brazil. Then they are the second largest landmass where black people live.
Other than Africa, exactly. That's Dr. Isa Muhammad. He's lived there for years, and he was schooling me on it. You know, he's a historian.
Yes.
And this is why even with the chemicals and the sugar, look, the FDA said if they knew then what they know now about sugar, they would consider sugar a drug. And they're pushing it on us. You come here to the supermarkets, they got all of this refined, sugary, high fructose corn syrup juice. And the Africans here in Ghana are drinking it down.
Oh, they are?
Oh, yeah. You go to buy fertilizer just like you go to a place and get fertilizer, and it's got atrazine in it. All of them have atrazine in it. The thing that turns male frogs into females.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
And they're pushing the LGBTQ here, but they're resisting. But underground, they're out here. So it's a long-term plan, not just on a physical level, a mental level to keep us stupid, and on a spiritual level to keep us hijacked, our energy. So when you have energy, you keep going, and they see you doing stuff. Offers have been made to me indirectly. I can't say that they laid out paper and said, this is what we'll give you. No, but they know that I'm not compromising. And like we said, I'm going to do something tomorrow. I'm going to do 2 shows tomorrow. They might be short. I got stuff to do, but I'm going to do 2 of them. I got one set up already. How they use social media in the propaganda, just like with Memorandum 46, when they wanted to keep Black Americans, whatever you want to name, you want to go under, the Black folks in America, to keep them away from Africa. So since I'm here and didn't fail, right? That didn't fail. A lot of folks run out here and got to go back with their tail between the legs because they didn't plan. They don't want somebody like me to be out here and show that I'm doing very well and inspire other people.
No, they don't want to show.
They don't want that. Look, you got agents out here. I'm gonna do a conference call that's gonna be on private. I'll let you all know ahead of time. I'm gonna tell you in detail what's been going on with me. Nothing bad. They can't touch me. But you got all the secret handshake groups. You got all the occultist groups. You got all of these people who are paid agents.
Yes.
That are popular YouTubers to say bad things about Ghana and Kenya and all this place because America doesn't want us to come over here. I put out something that I found on TikTok about how big Africa is. The Africa that you see on the map is tiny. You can fit America, Iceland, UK, and a couple of other countries in Africa. They physically make it smaller. There's 1.5 billion people here now. By 2050, it'll be 2.5 billion. And you still, if you brought the whole world and put it on the continent of Africa, you'd have to get binoculars to see your neighbor. So get a piece of it, but they don't want you to do that. The propaganda from these YouTubers who are popular, who say nice things sometime, but they're on command. They got some in America, they got some here. That's why they don't F's with me. And I don't run them down. I found out. I'm blackballed over here. They ain't interviewing me. You know, they ain't reaching out to me. I came here already established. We're doing good. You know, the structure, what we built, what we're doing, and there's other things we plan to do that are doing good. But you won't hear that because I talk a different talk. Then I'm not going to let stuff go by. You got some people here who are so hungry for fame, and ain't got no talent. I could name names. They can't stand me. You know what I mean? Yeah. And some who are here and portraying, yes, we're doing this and yes, we're doing that, but they're planted here. A lot of these people, you know, I've seen these people. I met 1 or 2 of them directly at dinners where they were invited there, and we talked and everything. Everything was cordial and everything. But deep down, I figured it out. You got they don't want a mass exodus over here. Because if you bring your and you bring your foresight and you bring your resources and we work together, we'll inspire those who are here. But they keep us turned against each other. That's why you see the propaganda of the black man against the black woman and the black woman against the black man. They pushing this stuff. And we're infighting. We're split up. We got so many categories: FBA, ADOS, Indigenous, Pan-Africanist, Catholic, Baptist, Pentecostal, Atheist, educated, not educated. I'm from the North, you from the South. I'm light, you're dark, you from the Caribbean. Blah, 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 blah. And they sitting back. Right. And we're stupid. We're straight stupid. Exactly. And they pulling the strings. And don't drop. I'm gonna shut up after this. Don't drop your guard because somebody look like you. Check them out even harder.
Yes.
Check them out even harder. And I want to say, Riri, the app company folded, and then they came back with another name of the app company. They grandfathered me, and I paid $1,300 in 2013 for access to the app. 2023 it folded. They came, we suggest you use this one, but though the app company was based in Israel, so go figure. They don't want my stuff out there like that. You understand? I can tell you, and it's them people through Google. That's all I'll say. Them people through Google who attack the old channel, but they cannot because there's a fingerprint on there. And I got receipts. And if I had the money for a large lawsuit, I'll go after them. Let them sit there with that. It don't bother me none. Because I'm going to keep swinging. You hit me in the eye, I'm going to kick you in your toe or whatever, or your knee or whatever. We're going to play dirty now. That's why when I read on LANCESCURV.com, I'm naming names, I'm going to say stuff and vicious. What YouTube going to do now? Call my the company, my pension company? Well, stop giving him a check. They're mad because I'm out of their clutches. I'm out of the country.
Oh, yeah.
I got money coming for the rest of my life. It may not be a whole lot. You know what I mean? Oh, we can't stop this nigga. He's living good. He's free. And I'm not looking for money and status. Say it again?
You literally escaped from the belly of the beast.
Exactly. But they got beasts here, but they got to physically come to me. And if they do that and cross the boundary, they're going to get a beat down. See, I might be 61 on April 8th, but I got a lot of juice in my fruit and I live clean. So maybe around 85, they might catch me a little bit, but I'll still have it in me. Trust me.
Well, you know, the thing is, when a brother gets over 50, they start looking at, well, how is he surviving? How did he get? Because they know that we carry the truth of the genetic memory bank of our people.
That's right.
And this is why we're a threat to them. And
that's right.
When you hit 60, they really starting to wonder.
Exactly.
Okay, how is he surviving? All his life, we have denied him access to capital. We have denied him the so-called American dream. How can he still hold his head up and walk?
That's right. That's right. And like I said, show me somebody 40. Show me somebody 35. Show me somebody 30. They can't last with me mentally, physically, or spiritually. I'll knock off most 25-year-olds. I'm built for all of this. You know what I mean? So I don't even look at the age. It's the energy and your mission and your momentum. When you have the momentum, that's a whole different thing that they can't take. And they don't have the spiritual levels. What do I do all day? I'm in nature. I'm on them balconies looking over nature, thinking, creating, taking walks, honing myself on the inside for another. I'm floating every day. I get up. I mean, it's 12:02 right now. It don't matter. I get up 4 o'clock every morning. 4 o'clock every day. I do more before the sun comes up than most people do in the whole day.
I believe it.
Because I'm in that atmosphere and I have that mind. There's not those same distractions and energies around me. And I was kicking behind even then. Working 2 jobs and come home 3 in the morning and do a live show for a couple hours, get up and do a live show for a couple hours and then go back to work. You see what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. What am I going to do now? Except do more.
Well,
I'm not trying to buy a Lamborghini. I don't care about that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Well, you got that life force that they so desperately are in fear of. Because it's also contagious.
That's what they don't like. That's why you got so many people out here. You got so many people who've come from the UK, Canada, America, the Caribbean, that side of the world, who are here like sleeper cells on social media. They're saying good things and revolutionary things now to make you drop your guard. But when that word is given, and they say, and there's some here who I know, and I'm like, look at this fraud. But they don't reach out to me. People would have thought, oh man, you would have been out there, man. No, they don't. I'm blacklisted, and I love it because I can do what I need to do without distraction. So they screwed with me. They screwed with me. I was invited to something last Saturday, and it was going to be a bunch of them people there. Oh, you going to come? Sure, please come. I played again. Yeah, I'll be there. I didn't go there. I stayed home. I had look, I didn't even intend to go. I didn't wash my backside until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's how much I didn't get. Well, I might go. Let me just get myself clean. I was in the yard doing work. Get out of here. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Look, for me, it's 12:04 in the morning. Look how loud I'm talking.
It sounds like you're just getting up in the morning.
I might stay up all night and do what I got to do.
Oh, yeah.
I got this energy, man. And I'm not going to waste it.
It's, the other thing about that, too, is on the one hand, when they despise it, they can't do without it. So they have to have that type of life force and energy, even if they despise it in you, to keep them at a competitive edge.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, for me, I stay isolated more now. I'm unpredictable. I don't have to go out to do anything unless I want to.
Yeah.
So they'll be, well, he every day, every Thursday, every Friday, he comes to this club. Or no, you don't know what I'm. Look, sometimes I wake up, I don't know what I'm doing. When I wake up, I'm like, I wait for the download. I have an intention on doing something, and I'm not gonna say I hear a physical voice when I'm told from within, like, no, do it this way, do this tomorrow, do this, and that's what I do, and I'm good with that. I've been getting more done. And because there's other things here other than the shows that I've been doing, that's why I haven't been putting out as many shows, but I will be putting out probably even more. I've been setting up other platforms. I got other things I'm gonna do. You all will know about it. So it's just like, and then I had the hacking. Right. And I'll say it's weird because that was a brand deal that I was doing from a large Chinese company. It was fraudulent, but I've done brand deals before. And we were speaking about, the company reached out to me, right? And I was going to get a laptop, $2,000, and 20% of any sales, as long as I put a commercial on the channel. We talked for 4 hours. I know the company. I've done brand deals before, right? So they said, okay, let's sign the paperwork. Okay, we're going to send it to you, download it, sign it, send it back. My mistake was downloading it. I'm saying all this publicly because of all the people who said, his channel's gone. No, it's not. Google got it, and it's them people who wanted to make it seem like a hit from a hacker, but it wasn't. It was them. Or they would answer me back. I've talked to several levels of Google, and they have confirmed that I have the emails written, yes, you were hacked. But they were behind it because they just couldn't take down a channel with no community strikes. You see what I mean? Wow. So I'm not saying, they didn't get me. They just shelved things and put it to the side. I'm not even messing with them right now. I can salvage it from other, platforms because of StreamYard, Twitter, X, this and that. I got all the videos there, SoundCloud, all the audios. So you see, I just got to click buttons. I wish I can get like 50 people to help me click the buttons and download because it's a lot of clicking. Yeah. To put it on this channel. So everything's going to go on Rumble over time. So no, all the content is there and I have other ways of doing it. I just don't have the time right now. Maybe I'll do 2 a day or 10 a week. Got almost 6,000 videos. And the old stuff is all there. I can get them. So, that's made to kill my spirit. You didn't delete them. Now we really got to go deep. Wow. And maybe I will do a lawsuit. I don't know. But they listen and watch, but it's them people. From Irritated Genie, when I had him come on the show and didn't put it on YouTube, I put it on Vimeo. I was paying $1,000 a year for Vimeo, an alternative video platform. And I embedded those shows on the site. And I'll say it again publicly. After we had Irritated Genie on, who had his book called The Blanks Are the Problem, okay? That night, Vimeo sent me an email. We can't do business with you anymore. We can't have you on this platform. You need to go somewhere else. 2 hours later, my website was hacked into. And the very widget that I would use to sign in was gone. And they put pictures of sailboats and monkeys and all kind of animals on. So my other mastermind who helps me with the heavy lifting, he corrected it. But he said they can't get in your website all the way, but they can throw stones from the outside and break a few windows. So there's a lot of people who are out here saying dumb stuff who don't know the history of what's going on with me and them. I've been watched by the government from 2005 when I used to write in such a radical way and do the pictures. 2005, right? When I was out of corrections, right? When they tried to accuse me of being up with these groups because I never had a problem or the inmates loved me, but I did my job. Oh, let's see. Are you a member of the 12 tribes? Are you a member of the Nation of Islam? Are you a member of the Black Panthers? Are you part of gangs? And it's funny because later on when I started doing shows, I had all these people. I was interviewing them. Akbar Muhammad and the new Black Panther Party, 12 tribes, and I'd have people calling on the show sometimes. Yeah, hey Lance, man, we up in Connecticut, man, we 1,000 strong. Anybody come at you, man, we gonna come down and we gonna come blazing. You and Mr. Scurv, we got you. Now we ain't living too clean. We doing our shit, but we love y'all. And I got gangs all over the country that are backing me up. even law enforcement that's undercover. So I don't worry about that stuff. That's why I talk the way I do in America. I didn't have to wait to come to Africa to talk like this. I've been talking like this ever since I got online. Have you forgotten? You know what I mean?
Right.
So now I'm in the fortress, protected, still got my eyes open, still got the booby traps. And if anybody wants to be part of a target, let them come on. I'm good. I'm trained unofficially by different people. And I'm relentless. Anybody step the wrong way, boom, they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm not dumb.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go under a little bit. I'm gonna go a little. I'm gonna still do the shows, but I'm gonna be very mysterious. You gotta work the agents. You gotta make them lose sleep watching you, because we do. I play every day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And I love it because I'm built for this. And again, I'm not Superman, but you gotta move fearless.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be scared of. And people try to set you up online. Oh, could you do this interview and tell the truth about this person? Well, what time are you gonna come on? Oh, I can't come on. I can't say anything. I'm not getting caught up in anything out here in this motherland. I don't know it like I don't know the politics. I'm not gonna go after people. I'm here peaceful. But I'm gonna be a thorn up in the ass of these folks in America. You see what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And just like they have the negative, there's the positive. I have a lot of positive connections and love out here. And that's what I want to talk to you about. It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's great.
Yeah. I'm not going to say so many things publicly, but y'all will see in a year's time. It's crazy. You're like, yo, how do you get that connection? How do you get that status? How do you get that level?
Oh yeah, you definitely can't say it publicly because
No.
Some of our people are just it's crazy.
No, I see exactly.
They're sicker than the ones that they got it from. It's crazy.
Yep. But I'll shut up on that. We'll do something. We'll talk, and
Okay. Well, we'll hit the finale, the sharecroppers.
Yes, let me get that photo.
Okay.
I love that graph. There we go.
Yeah. Because see, this is now this is the system. When our people walked up off of those plantations, they didn't have anything. They couldn't even read or write.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at the slave narratives a couple of weeks ago, and this one guy, he was able to trace his family.
Brother, I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
He was able to trace his family all the way back to like 1700 and something. And the thing that was so interesting about him is this was the only home that he had ever known. And so he was explaining that if he went out into the world, he couldn't read or write. None of his ancestors that he knew could read or write. He would be at a disadvantage. And this is where a lot of our people found themselves. But let's get into this right here, because this is very, very critical information. Now, if you look closely at this system, you see many of our people, okay, they could not make it just leaving off the plantation. That was the only place they'd ever known as home. And to some degree, they had relationships with the kids that they had helped raise, and a lot of different factors. But since they could not be legally bound anymore, they came up with this system that was just as asinine as slavery itself, without the physical component of it, in terms of the physical anguish they had to go through. But so what happens initially, the sharecropper, you see right there at the top, the guy with the white lab coat on, the plantation owner with the bag, he's provided the land, okay, that your ancestors formerly owned. Okay, but now he's providing the same land and the seeds for you to plant in order to get a harvest so you can make, you know, some form of a living, which it really was not. He also gave you the tools, the pitchfork he had there in his hand. And in exchange for this, he promises the landowner half the crop. Well, since he could not count what half the crop was, he had to rely on the good Christian morality of the plantation owner to tell him the truth. So again, you know, he buys the food and the clothing on credit from the landowner's store. You see right there, you see the chicken, you see he's buying the clothes that you're going to need, the food, or what have you. Okay. So then we move to this next visual here, where he's actually, you see the cotton fields, you see all the bales of cotton. The sharecropper is again working from can't see morning until can't see night. So he plants and he harvests the crop. What happens? The sharecropper gives the landowner the crop to sell. Now, as I said earlier, he's depending on the good Christian morality of the landowner to, you know, tell him the truth about the value of the crops that he has toiled so long to harvest, day and night. So when he comes back to settle up, the landowner tells the sharecropper that he has not earned enough crops to pay for the debt that he owes, for the seeds, the clothes, the food, the rent where he's staying. Okay, that once you brought back the crops, okay, the pitchfork, all the tools, it wasn't sufficient to cover your credit like they do black folks today. So to pay the debt off, the sharecropper must promise the landowner a greater share of next year's crop. And this is what created a 150-year cycle of sharecropping for our people that kept them in a cycle of perpetual poverty. Because no matter what, every year, okay, he was never able, according to the landowner, to pay for his debts because he could not provide enough of the harvest or the crops to satisfy his debts. Now, there came a point when black people became hip to this game. They were like, you know what? We've been on this farm for 100 years. Our ancestors have been here. Our children have been here. Our children's children have been here. But yet we're in the same condition we were in when we were actually slaves. So what happened? Black folks started planning the Great Migration. And one of the things they faced as they realized that they would have to travel thousands of miles, okay, north out of desperation to northern cities like Detroit, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia. Okay, they knew that they had to travel to these cities in order to get away from this perpetual cycle that they were in. New Jersey. There were a lot of different, I wouldn't say Maryland because Maryland is where a lot of this originated from, when they sent them deeper south to places like Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, what have you, South Carolina, to continue this this shadow slavery. So as a result, you know, Black people started realizing, hey, look, we got to get the hell out of here if we are ever going to change our condition. So what did they do? They started using, you know, codes to let each other know, look, this train is coming on such and such a day. You know, we're going to be hiding in one of the caboose, or whatever you want to call them. And this is where they get the term hobo from. But the white people, when they got whiff of it, they would threaten their families. And then they would send around the original terrorists to our families. And then they'd be waiting at the train stations where they were traveling. And in some instances, they would even threaten the person that was traveling up north. So mainly this sharecropping, we're gonna talk about Mississippi, because the people in Chicago, most of them came from the Mississippi Delta area. Some people from Detroit as well. But our people was like, we're getting the hell out of here. Okay. And they would threaten them to a point where their life was on the line if they escaped. And certainly they didn't have the money to pay for their whole family to go. So they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. And so they had to really just roll the dice, which many of them did. So what happened was they started to migrate north for better job opportunities and a better quality of life. Also to escape the terrorism and the racial violence by the KKK and other white gangs, in order, again, you know, everybody wants to improve their quality of life, sort of like the people that are coming here now. But the problem was that the Black life force was the economic foundation of the South. And the white landowners were not willing just to let them go like that. Who was gonna, you know, work in the fields? Who was gonna raise the children? Who was gonna build whatever they needed built? But we see that 90% of all Black people living in the South between 1910 and 1940, 90% of Black people lived in the South. But by 1940, 1.5 million Blacks left the South, and there were two major migrations of Black people from 1940 to 1970. And by 1970, 52% had left the South for northern cities. And what started to happen is northern newspapers started enticing Black people to come north with these stories of success. Okay, but 52% had left the South for northern cities like Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New York, and westward to Oakland and LA. So the 13th Amendment, basically sharecropping and economic enslavement operated on a system of credit, which always left, as you can see by the visual here, left our people in a perpetual state. And earlier in the presentation, I don't know if some of you are still around that remember, I was talking about debt cancellation. This is where, and peonage, this is where they held our people in perpetual slavery for, you know, over 100 years. Because they still had to look to them for housing, for food, low wages, okay? And this was also the beginning of the prison industrial complex, because Blacks could be jailed for not being able to pay for the necessities that they were credited. and also their food, shelter, and clothing and tools to work with. If they could not pay, then they had this system called convict leasing, where they could be jailed or leased out to other slave owners or landowners to basically pay this perpetual debt. But as we know, there were several natural causes that was responsible for them not always being able to yield all this incredible amount of crops that the landowners were used to. The unpredictable weather, the low yield of crops, but they were still held accountable for this. Okay. And finally, they earned just 75% a day on southern farms, as opposed to making $5 a day in northern factories. Now, that's like what I was explaining with the situation in Venezuela and Central America, but theirs was based on hyperinflation, where everything was too expensive for them to afford. But of course, making $5 as opposed to 75 cents was a huge, huge difference. And it actually was the motivation for our people to take this risk, okay? Because many of them were killed if they were caught trying to escape. Their homes were bombed. All sorts of things happened to our people. So, in summation, I want to end where I started, with the children. And I want to make this statement to all the Black people that's in the sound of my voice right now, that the future vision for Black children in what you call a multicultural reality, okay? And I'm speaking to Black and even brown people, but mainly to Black children, that you cannot continue to use the developmental psychology of white children to teach Black children. This is the number one issue facing the future education of our children. I believe Dr. Amos Wilson did a series of books about the prison, school to prison pipeline. And this is because the genetic, biological, and cultural history of a child is present in their psychological growth and development. And being an American means something totally different to Black and white children. And this is why you have to stop living according to narratives. Because just because you're an American, that has a different connotation to the people that look like you and I, and people from across the tracks. Our children, their growth and development is unique because they carry the complete encoding of our history in their genes. They cannot be the physical and psychological duplicate of white children in this society. And I'll point to one study before I close that shows the brilliance of our children that have the natural gifts that we talked about with some of our great inventors, our ancestors. These gifts are being deliberately stifled. But The Magical Child by Pierce, where he points out that the nutritional, psychological, and cultural experiences of the mother affects the Black child tremendously, even in the womb. And that the natural psychomotor responses are present earlier in Black children than children of all other cultural groups. In fact, at 6 months, as opposed to 18 months of other cultural groups, they recognize their names, They recognize the names of their parents. They recognize the names of the objects that are in their immediate environment. Okay, and they do this 12 months earlier in some cases, between 8 and 10 months earlier than other children. And finally, unlike us being indoctrinated in their academic institutions, our children cannot be educated to be servants. We must prepare the youth to lead. We measure growth and development by our relationship to our reality, not the denial of it. So this is why you have someone that refuses to look at truth. Then, you know, we can't say that you're growing or developing and that, you know, you're not really living in the real world. The schools are instruments of your oppression. What is the definition of intelligence in relationship to educating your young? It is to maintain your survival economically, socially, and in some cases physically. And that intelligence means not just regurgitating things that you have been taught on what is called a standardized test, which doesn't measure real intelligence or natural intelligence, but it means to educate your young to solve your own problems and not the problems of someone else. The future education of our children has to be for solving the problems of Black people like all other cultures do. And I'm going to conclude with that, Brother Lance.
Indeed, yes, indeed.
With that, because, you know, one of the things that we have done that is at the detriment of our children, and you saw, on one of the videos, I sent the 3 young Black kids who had the highest IQs ever recorded in the history of the planet.
Wow.
You remember that?
Of course. And I've been seeing it too.
And so this is where we have to now put all of our life force. We have given all of our life force to them. Their religions, their schools, their politics, everything we have given to them. Now it's time for us to focus on what we need. And I think, brother, I better get out of here. It's 5:30. My other phone is already, I got so many messages here. I didn't want to ignore anybody today, but I wanted to do this because we may not get a chance to do this again. And I just want to tell you, brother, how appreciative I am of you, of your patience, your dedication, your commitment to our people, and to allow someone like me to bring forth this information. My hope and desire is that our people take it and use it for something. That is my hope and desire. I don't care about their fiat or none of that. I just want our people to take it and apply it to our young people. And now we can turn the tides on this because they're not. As a matter of fact, this is the last thing I'll say about this. As a matter of fact, they are rewriting everything to the extent, and I was listening to a couple of these coons the other day, they have to be paying them an exorbitant amount of money. And I'm saying to myself, God, how could you say that about Black people? Even if this was true and you believe, what is it that would make you go before the world and say this?
Exactly.
And so
there was a man.
Huh?
No, there was a guy who I think it was on Instagram, and he was saying for us to be 13 or 14% of the population, how come we're committing 80% of all the crime in America? I'm like, that's what he said. That's what he said.
The white guy said that?
What? It was a black man. And he
Oh, my
was
God.
amped about it. I gotta find it. I couldn't believe it. He was amped. And he was, man, we gotta do better. We blaming the white man, but we're only 13 or 14%, and all the 80% of all the crowds are like, come on, man, are you serious? Are you serious? But see, people will see that, and because he was so passionate about what he said,
right,
there will always be people to believe that stuff.
yes,
And they walk with it and run with it.
yes,
Because all you have to do originally is have something on a news program. But now, if you have it dressed up enough, hey, I can go and do some fabulous graphics and go put on a suit and put on a fake background and say something stupid. And a lot of people will believe it.
absolutely.
The line has been blurred. They don't know the difference between reality and fantasy. That's why AI is taking over.
Oh, yeah.
So,
That's
yep.
who really, you ain't seeing no discrimination until you see them, what they're getting ready to do because of the people that have programmed them.
Yep.
It's getting ready to be unbelievable. Well, with that, Brother Lance, I better get out of here.
Brother. Yes, thank you so much.
You,
this was a
brother.
masterpiece. And when we do shows, go on as long as you want. I'm right here to run it and man it and back you up. And this is what I do. And this brings joy to my day. And everything you said, when I wake up, I'm going to be meditating on it. I'm going to go to this nice big fruit market where they have all this GMO-free stuff. That's one of the things we'll do tomorrow. And I'll take some footage and show everybody.
All right, brother. Well, peace, Brother Lance.
Thank you.
This is Scurv. Peace and love.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Okay.
Peace.
Make sure to go to LANCESCURV.com, an online magazine established in 2001, containing written articles, thousands of talk shows and discussions, cutting-edge cartoons, as well as erotic expressions and tasteful adult photography. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. Once you get a taste of the world of LANCESCURV, trust me, you'll be back for more. LANCESCURV.com. Bold, raw, and uncut.